iGaming is truly becoming a global business. Europe, for instance, has become saturated, and gaming companies are starting to look at other continents, particularly Asia, with a market of over 4 billion potential players. That means you, as an iGaming professional, have to attend shows across the globe, and not just in one continent. Old shows must make room for new shows in emerging markets. In this short video, we will outline why Sigma Malta, Sigma Latam, and Sigma Manila are worth investing in. Here's 3 main reasons. Reason 1. Emerging trends. When we started Sigma back in 2014, we strongly believed that Sigma must embrace all 3 verticals. Today's super affiliate, for instance, is fast becoming an operator thanks to lower barriers to entry. Sigma is and will remain the only 360-degree show that brings the entire industry, from C-level executive to super affiliates, under one roof. Given also the significant presence of integrated resorts in Asia and Latam, moving forward, we've decided to include land-based gaming. Reason 2. Emerging hubs. Sigma is held in 3 iGaming hubs. Malta, the gaming hub in Europe. Manila, the undisputed hub in Asia. And Sao Paulo, a region with vast potential. Reason 3. Emerging tech. Moving forward, we're merging 2 large expos under one roof. Our iGaming show Sigma, as well as our Emerging Tech Summit AIBC, will take place at the same venue and on the same dates, breaking boundaries for the 2 verticals to learn and feed off each other. So what are you waiting for? Get in touch with us today and let's work together. Our 3 summits will open new doors for you. Welcome to Sigma. Welcome to the world's iGaming festival.
We have an important announcement to make. I am very excited to launch Sigma Latam. That's right, a third summit in Latin America that will complement Sigma in Europe and Sigma in Asia.
Tenemos una fuerza laboral fuerte en Malta, en Kiev y en Manila. Es hora de que Sigma aumente nuestra cartera y se expanda más allá de nuestra zona de confort, cubriendo todas las horas horarias con las nuevas oficinas en las Américas.
As cidades cotadas foram Buenos Aires e São Paulo. Acabamos escolhendo a segunda por duas razões.
Reason number one, there's always a great presence of media and events in offices in Buenos Aires, and we don't want to replicate more or of the same or compete with our friends.
Segunda, o grande potencial de mercado e a atual possibilidades de regulamentação de jogos no Brasil nos darão mais motivos para decidir estabelecer nosso escritório lá.
Brazilian Federal Deputy Pompeo de Matos, for instance, believes casinos will be a vaccine for coronavirus, stating that taxing gaming money could jumpstart the country's economy in the wake of COVID-19.
Ele machuca a economia. E eu diria assim, para nós até ajudar a levantar a economia depois que passar a pandemia, uma das alternativas é, inclusive, legalizar os jogos. É uma alternativa perfeitamente possível, viável, eu diria assim, até necessária.
Assuntos como este, dentre outros, farão parte dos nossos debates em setembro.
Moving forward, we hope that our three pillar shows, Sigma in Malta, Sigma in Manila, and eventually Sigma in Sao Paulo, will pave the way for iGaming communities to learn from, as well as do business with each other. I look forward to contribute to this and make iGaming truly a global phenomenon.
1.
Hello and welcome to Sigma Asia Digital 2020. Over the next 3 days, we'll be bringing you 4 hours of daily content with speakers from around the world. We'll be discussing emerging markets, emerging trends, and business in Asia. This is such an exciting time, and joining me here in the studio, we have Sigma Group's founder, Eman Police.
Thank you, Jessica. Well, today we were all meant to be in Manila for the inaugural Sigma Asia ICE Asia launch. However, COVID-19 had other plans in mind. So as a result, we're all here today, tuned in either from our offices or from home. And I can't wait for the inaugural digital edition of Sigma Asia. COVID-19, however, has a silver lining, and it has given Sigma a lot of opportunities. One of which is the launch of our third summit, Sigma Latam. So what was meant to be launched in 2022, we decided to speed up the process and launch now because Latam is a region that cannot wait. There's so much going on at the moment, and since everything has gone digital, we decided that it was the ideal time to launch this third pillar. So yes, in addition to Sigma Malta as well as Sigma Asia, we will also have Sigma Latam moving forward, and I can't wait to welcome you all this coming September for the inaugural Latam show. COVID-19 has also given us opportunities in media. So besides our events, we have decided to boost our media presence with 5 languages. So you will find all our news items in English, but also in Russian, Portuguese, Spanish, and Mandarin, because gaming is truly becoming global and we want to reflect that trend. Finally, COVID-19 has given us the opportunity to look into more detail into what content is in need. And we felt that CTOs, coders, developers, they are a very important part of the industry. So we decided to launch also another pillar, which is Sigma Deep Tech, a conference made by techies for techies. So yes, thank you COVID-19. You have helped us rock the boat and adapt quickly to this pandemic. And I look forward to launch all of these products.
Thank you, Eman. Well, it certainly is such an exciting time. Now, if you are viewing us on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, I would recommend you head over to Sigma's very own platform. This way, you can interact with our other delegates and even some of our speakers that we'll be discussing today. You can interact with them and ask them questions and get interactive. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sigma Asia Digital. Let's join the conversation. Well, let's get started with our first topic of the day, peering into the Asia landscape. Now, if you haven't already, head over to Swapcard because you also get given some interactive polls that we'll be discussing throughout the day, and we'll be given the results live online. So it gives a good consensus and an overview of where people view future trends in the gaming industry. Well, it's such an honor to announce our first speaker of the day and our first keynote of Sigma Asia Digital. This next speaker is something which epitomizes the future of gaming across Asia. It's such an honor to have her give her insights live on the line. So take a look and let's see who's next. But first, let's give a shout out to our first sponsor of the day, Apollo Games.
Keynote with Andrea Domingo, Chairperson and CEO of Padcore.
Good morning to everybody. Let me greet you a safe and healthy day. But first of all, I'd like to express my admiration and also my appreciation of the determination, the will, and the commitment of Sigma to their goals. We had to postpone the person-to-person convention because of the pandemic that is plaguing the whole world today. But Sigma resorted to Digital Summit. Only a committed, dedicated, and really serious agency would still do this in spite of all the odds. In the Philippines, we're suffering as much as everybody else. We'll have to have so many disinfecting mechanisms and so many protective things that we have to do because first and foremost during this time is to stay healthy and to stay safe away from COVID-19. We have to be able to maintain the employment of the 132,000 direct hires of the gaming industry. We hope to stem the bleeding. We hope not to lose any more jobs. And this is the reason why we would like to participate in SIGMA so that we can expand our markets, so that we can touch other jurisdictions, and so that we can learn from other jurisdictions on what else we have to do to be able to combat the after effects of COVID. Next year, May 21, we welcome SIGMA to come here with the new things, new developments in gaming and technology that we may be able to have access on and that we may be able to afford to install not only in the agencies and in the stations, in the IRs that we are regulating, but also in the 44 gaming stations that we operate. It is very important for people like us who are both operators and regulators to be abreast with the latest development in technology and in gaming, not only the actual games, but the systems for monitoring, for auditing, and for regulating. They are just as important. The management of information, for example, the putting in of an effective player tracking system, the audits so that we could know that we're collecting the proper revenues, and also the procedures that we have to follow since we are now covered by the anti-money laundering law. All of this we have to study amidst being safe and healthy, amidst wanting to retain the 132,000 jobs, amidst wanting to be able to get revenues as much as we can. PAGCOR was created to legalize gaming in the Philippines. And right now, it is the third biggest revenue collecting body in the Philippines. Are we therefore a revenue collection body? No. The revenues that we got, the revenues that we get, and we will get, come from effective regulation and effective operation of gaming stations. If we do our jobs right, then we know that we collect the proper revenues, and that actually contributes to economic development. For all the revenues that PAGCOR collects, there are two sections in our charter that says that all of them should go to socio-civic programs and projects and nation development, nation-building projects of the country. Thus, 5% of our GGR goes to BIR, write-off, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, as franchise tax. The next 95%, 50% of which goes directly to the national government every month, every 20th day of the month. And from that, 50% of what we give the National Treasury goes to PhilHealth so that they can implement the Universal Health Care Program. So it directly affects our health system, our able to deliver health care systems and medical care. And then the next 5% after that goes for the Philippine Sports Commission, which means that we also are in sports development, and we did very well in the last ASEAN Games. We got a lot of medals, we were able to develop our athletes, and most of all, PAGCOR contributed a very significant amount to the development of the athletes and to the successful launch, the successful implementation of the ASEAN Games plans. So what are we? We regulate. We see to it that there's a level playing field. We see to it that the players are protected. And we see to it that government revenues are collected, the proper and legal ones. We also take care of peace and order because although PAGCOR is not part of the anti-illegal gambling entities that are provided for in the Republic Act on illegal gambling, we, together with the Philippine National Police, the Department of Justice, the Bureau of Immigration, the National Bureau of Investigation, and all other agencies in law enforcement, we have formed a task force, and we're funding that so that we are able to carry out projects. For us, we contribute to them through the information that we receive, either officially or through the grapevine. So far, we have been successful in being able to arrest illegal operations, particularly among the no-goes, the illegal offshore operating games. One problem that the COVID pandemic has created is that it has created a vacuum where people stay at home with their computers and with very, very enterprising illegal gaming operators preying on them, enticing them to bet through Facebook, through phones, etc. That is what we want to destroy, to eliminate once we get online again, once we get to operate again. So far, we've contributed significantly to the government coffers. This year, we gave a total dividends. This is aside from the 50% of what we earn that we give to the National Treasury. We turned over 12 billion pesos to the National Treasury as dividends for last year, meaning all of our net income, we gave to them 12 billion. And also, we gave 2.5 billion to the Office of the President to be able to help the Department of Health to purchase the PPEs and all the medical equipments they need to fight COVID. But aside from that, we contributed 12 billion pesos to the President's Socio-Civic Projects Fund, where he gives free medicine to all government and military officials every month and all other socio-civic projects. For the first time in the history of PAGCOR, the Office of the President actually reports to us how they spend the money that we give to them. They liquidate, fully audited, and fully accounted for by the relevant regulatory agencies like the Commission on Audit and like the Chief Accountant of Malacanang. So everything is clear, everything is transparent, because that is what our mandate is from the President. Obey the law, be transparent, be competent. No place for bad decision-making and bad actions to be taken. Our records show that from 45 billion in 2015, before we took over, in 2016, we were able to make over 50 billion. In 2017, we made over 60 billion. In 2018, we made over 104 billion. But that was because we had a sale of property. And in 2019, we made about 80 billion pesos. This is how much PAGCOR contributes to the national economy. We would have been doing very well, but then COVID came. And somehow, we have to take 3 steps back. But we're going to get on with it in June or at the very latest in July. And we will go forward and we will avail of Sigma's intelligence and information and offerings. And in May 2021, we shall be there to welcome you with open arms. Thank you very much.
Well, a huge thank you to Andrea Domingo there. We were really disappointed we couldn't be with you at this present time in Manila in the Philippines. But like you said, we cannot wait for May 2021 when we'll be with you in Manila for Sigma, Asia and ICE Digital. Now, on the focus of looking at region by region, the Asia landscape, it's time for our next panel discussion where we'll be taking a look at the gaming hub in the capital of Asia. Let's take a look.
Focus Philippines, Asia's undisputed hub for iGaming. with Keith McDonald, CEO at KMIGaming.com, Alan Yen, Director and Founder at Spade9, and Saxon Chatford, Director at Avalon Marketing Services Limited. Moderated by Eman Police, CEO and Founder at Sigma Group.
Focus Philippines. Is Manila the undisputed hub for iGaming in Asia? This is what we will find out in the next panel. And here with us we have Keith McDonald, Alan Yan, and Saxon Chatford. We start with you, Keith. What makes you qualified for this panel? Tell us a bit more about your experience.
Sure, Iman. Firstly, thanks for inviting me on this panel. I always enjoy talking about iGaming in Asia. I've been in the gambling industry for 20 years, and probably for 12 of those, I've been involved in the Asian side of things. Initially employed for a global operator, and that got me going to the Philippines initially. I was based there in 2009, and when I set up KMIGaming.com, I kind of stood on a bridge between Asia and Europe. I helped Western operators to move to Asia and move to Manila in the Philippines, but also some Asian operators to do sponsorship deals in Europe.
And you've lived
and a lot of the assistance was really educating European operators about the Asian market, and specifically about Manila and the Philippines as a hub for iGaming, which is the topic of this panel. You know, a lot of them have a real, admittedly by them, a real lack of understanding of why Manila is the hub it is. But you know, what it comes down to is Manila really is the only jurisdiction in the whole of Asia that offers a license to iGaming operators. Now, it doesn't offer a license for them to market their internet service to Filipinos, but it does allow them to set up operations in Manila and other parts of the Philippines and target other parts of Asia. So they can set up operations there now under a PAGCOR license and target, you know, the rest of Asia. Labor is very well educated now, you know, because of the history of that. The region is used to these sorts of businesses setting up there, so the infrastructure is in place, telecommunications, you know, licensing, talent, as I said. So all in all, you know, it's got a lot going for it. And you know, I would actually argue that the Philippines, I don't know any bigger global hub for iGaming. I don't know anywhere bigger in the world for iGaming than Manila right now.
Alan, mic to you. Well, the title takes it for granted that the Philippines is the undisputed hub. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. Just to take an example, from New York to Las Vegas, 5 hours of flight radius. If centered in Macau, it covers over 60% of the world population. So where Asia has the world's largest gambling population. So that's no other continent can compete. Where, like Keith said, Philippines is the only legal jurisdiction for online games. So with the with large gambling population, like for example Macau, the gaming revenue in Macau, it's like 7 times bigger than Las Vegas. So where the large gambling population spilled over to the online gambling just for, you know, to get access to the gambling table. So that's the situation.
Yeah.
So and where the government, the Chinese government limit in the recent years the Chinese gamblers from China to visit Macau. So these people, you know, basically play from home through the internet.
Okay, you're talking a lot about Macau, which is naturally predominantly land-based. And
yeah.
I would dare say there is an animosity towards online gaming
because,
from that region.
Basically it's a gambling. So Macau is educated the whole Asia for the gambling, the games. So where it is always limited to visit Macau. So where you you're at home for, like, for example, the live dealer games. It's exactly try to produce or reproduce the gaming environment like the land-based. So same thing. You play online, you see the same dealer, you say same style of the game. So that is basically because of Macau, because of so many gamblers. So online gaming, it's very popular in this region.
Understood. I'll move over to you, Saxon. And the Philippines, an undisputed hub. Funnily enough, a lot of people believe that regulation started in Europe. I mean, Malta regulated the space back in 2004. However, very few people probably know that under a different organization, back then it was CESA, not PACOR, within the Philippines. Back in the 90s, 1997 if I'm not mistaken, they were already discussing regulating online gambling as we know it today. But Saxon, tell us a bit more about your experience with the licensing regime in the Philippines.
Well, certainly, I mean, you talk about the Philippines being the hub. It wasn't always that way. The industry's obviously been centered in Asia for a long time, and it started in other countries that had a more forward-leaning approach, or I wouldn't say regulated, but it was certainly a safe and structured place to operate. So Malaysia and Taiwan was really where the industry and large teams of bookmakers and traders started in the late 90s.
Late 90s, okay.
Yeah, and I think really what's changed over that 13, 14-year period has been obviously thousands and thousands of people have moved to the Philippines, many locals, but obviously a lot of expats have gone there and employed a lot of people. And along with the BPOs that moved to the Philippines in that same time, whether it be financial services, banking, telecommunications, airlines, the whole economy, I think the tide rose with all of that infrastructure that was put in place. So when I first went there in 2007, fundamental things like IT infrastructure, security and information security, and just the infrastructure just was not there to support some of the high demands of
the bigger operators,
the iGaming space.
Yeah.
So it's been there for a long time, but I think things have changed significantly in the last decade at least.
Yeah.
And it's a relative to the other parts of the region, I think it's now on a somewhat equal footing in terms of talent, infrastructure, cost, and it wobbled a little bit with its regulatory framework. So that's been the biggest change in recent years.
And so there's a lot of operators and suppliers looking from outside Asia, wondering where they should be setting up offices or going for licensing. And the title claims the Philippines is an undisputed hub. So my next question is the following. What is the political climate like between government and opposition, for example? Is there a consensus where all parties are towing the same line in favor of gaming? Or would companies worry that with any change in government, there's going to be rocking of boats? I mean, what's the situation compared to regions such as Europe, for example? Keith.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Europe, it's I would say it's far more volatile, but it always has been. I say that with a slight caveat that, you know, nothing is easy anywhere right now. Compliance is getting harder. You know, we look at the UK, and even as we come through the COVID crisis, the UK GC has not backed down in enforcing fines. Yeah. But through my experience with Manila, you know, it's always been the way of business, you know, and prior to PAGCOR issuing the POGO licenses, we had First Cagayan as the main license issuer.
That is, for the audience, Keith, for the audience that is tuning in, it's pertinent to explain maybe the Cagayan region is synonymous with the CESA licensing that started back correct me if I'm wrong, in the 90s?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
correct. And it was only, Saxon may correct me here, maybe 2 or 3 years ago that PAGCOR took over the thing of iGaming licenses, which are called POGO licenses. But there's always been that volatility and that way of doing business down there, where just because you have a license doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be issued a free pass to go about your business with no interruptions whatsoever. I think the other thing, just to cover off, Iman, on this point, there's two very different types of companies within the iGaming business that operate under this jurisdiction. The example I'll give you is I helped one Western operator to go and take a look at the region at Manila, and their mindset at the time was about launching a brand into Southeast Asia. They're an established brand in Europe. I won't mention their name, but they were thinking about promoting their brand in Southeast Asia and basing operations in Manila. They decided ultimately that was a step too far for them. They'd have to get payment solutions in place, all the stuff Alan knows a lot about. But what they did do was they built their call center down there. So they cut the costs of supporting their call center for the European business by basing 150 people in a call center in Manila, which is what Saxon was saying about building on the infrastructure that was built for other industries and having a good customer support center there. So I think some companies look at it, yes, as a platform to market their brand into Asia and have an Asian branding strategy, but others look at it as a way of bringing operational efficiencies to a business they have elsewhere around the world.
And probably there's no better place to outsource such workforce like call centers than the Philippines. I mean, if you want an international call center that has a proper accent, probably there's no better place than the Philippines to have such workforce, just because their English is flawless, if I may.
Yeah, it's and also just their knowledge of various sectors now is built up over years. So it's the training requirements are there, but they're maybe not as onerous as they were 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah. Ellen.
Yes.
Obviously, there's a lot of POGO licenses out there acquired by companies who had an interest in China. Now, China's the big elephant in the room, and is it too risky for PAGCOR to be dependent on mostly Chinese-facing operators? What is the situation?
Yes, the major difference that you get a license in out of Philippines versus the European license, since the market that all the operators that are targeting in most of the Asia, including China, is gray. So it's not, well, in other words, it's not legal. So and so the Philippines created this business model so that the operators could run their website out of, or BPO, out of the Philippines legally and working on the markets, which is great. So yes, in China, the current government is very strong and they try to control everything. So of course they increase the pressure over not just the Philippines, all over Asia.
All over. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen it in the past when the Chinese government flexed its muscles. You had a stampede of operators flocking out of Cambodia because the Cambodian government obliged and shut down licenses in Cambodia, or shut down operations in Cambodia. However, the Filipino government stuck by the operators and said, this is a matter of national jurisdiction, and iGaming is here to stay. So recently the Filipino government said, no, gaming is here to stay, but is it risky moving forward? Could anything happen that would rock the boat and see a similar scenario like the Cambodian?
Yeah, I think in the Philippines, it's strategically located that they have a lot of influence from the U.S. So U.S. equally as strong as China. So basically, they're pulling the Philippines. So being online gambling provides a huge revenue to the government, so they cannot just simply give up.
Understood.
And
so unlike Cambodia, who are very close to China,
but
the Philippines has strong ties on both sides, so they could withhold their ground.
Right, and also Cambodia is bordering China, and some of the power supply, internet, and telecom infrastructure are building or are provided by Chinese, where Philippines is a more sovereign state that is very independent.
Yeah.
It is not very far from China, but it is far enough that that is and more independent than Cambodia and those regions.
Saxon, back to you. How important do you feel it is for POGO licenses to rely on other jurisdictions, in the sense to have more international players relocate to Manila or to the Philippines and acquire POGO licenses that are not necessarily facing China?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to note that there are many sectors and ancillary services that are, I guess, in and around iGaming. So, whether you're a game provider or a fintech company that's offering payment solutions to many sectors, including gaming, or whether it's one of the other factors which I don't think there's anywhere else I've worked or lived in the world that is such a 24/7 center. So to get people in the UK to work past 5 o'clock is tough. In the Philippines, there's a huge population that actually revels the opportunity to go to work at 10 p.m. and experience only modestly horrific traffic. So there is, I guess, a lot of other selling points about all sorts of, whether it's trading, managed trading services. I think you should, the operators certainly might provide 150,000 jobs, but in and around that, whether it's data centers, other types of services, you can't underestimate just how big all the other services are, and that's probably why it's such an important thing for the Philippine government to keep supporting the industry or not alienate it.
Yeah, you could say it's deeply entrenched within the economy now, and you can't just switch off the lights.
No, I think like many developing countries or even developed countries, taxation is a complex issue, and in many cases it's the collection and the way it's I guess collected and how it's dispersed is really the fundamental probably challenge. The Philippine government is probably very motivated to ensure that they collect as much revenue as possible and employ as many of their people and have them working in industries that are, I guess elevating their education levels or their experience levels so they can continue to be more relevant on the Southeast Asian stage and in particular providing services globally.
Yeah. Well, certainly great potential in Asia. We're talking about 4.5 billion people. So definitely a market one should never neglect, I believe. And we've seen operators who have been accustomed to the European way because they had business in Europe and had also successful mergers or acquisitions. One person that comes to mind, he's also a speaker for Sigma Asia, is Robin Reed. Successfully built GIG, Gaming Innovation Group, and now is launching his new startup, a very exciting product facing Asia called Ichiban. So you're seeing a lot of entrepreneurs moving away from Europe because of all the AML, all the KYC that is perhaps stifling growth, and huge opportunities in Asia await. How do you see this stampede probably of entrepreneurs moving into Asia? Do you see any of that happening, Keith?
I mean, I've seen it happening for as long as I've been involved in Asia. You know, I mean, we go back. Bet365 have been involved in Asia for a long time. You know, lots of brands have. I think the common denominator for me, though, in terms of the success versus the failures, is that however successful those brands were in Europe or whatever market they've come from, they've taken time and effort to partner with people who know the local issues. You know, I've seen brands go down there who've said, let me translate my website into Mandarin or Cantonese and, you know, put 88 on the end of my brand and it'll work. And they've, within 6 months, left the region with their tails tucked between their legs. You know, I think those who take time to meet people, and when I say time, I mean years, you know, to build relationships with people who have got contacts in the payment space, in the marketing space, you know, software. So not just taking a sportsbook software supplier that did very well for the UK, but actually understanding the options in Asia. They're the ones who have the longevity in the region and actually who end up doing well. And I got lots of examples of brands on both sides of that coin. Yeah. So just because, you know, that they're a successful entrepreneur in one place doesn't mean they're going to work in another. With that said, Iman, and you know this yourself, part of the reason they're successful in the first place is they know this, you know, so they know to establish local relationships. You've done it with Sigma, you know, and taking it to Asia, which will help you build Sigma as a brand in Asia. And you know, the brands that will work in Asia will do the same on the gambling side.
Couldn't agree more with that observation, Keith. If you want to build a successful business, you need to live there. You need to pack and go live in the region where the operators are based, where the suppliers are based, and you need to really understand the fiber of how online gaming works by spending time there. I mean, we've done it ourselves, packed with family and moved to Manila. And looking back, there's no other way you can build a show in Asia other than truly understanding the region. But before we wrap this up, we're talking about the Philippines being the undisputed heavyweight. However, as a heavyweight, you always need to look back on your shoulders and make sure you know where the other hot regions in Asia are. So if we had to pick other regions, what would you make of regions like Taiwan, like Cambodia, or any other places that you feel have a good potential of becoming other hubs? Saxon.
I would think Taiwan is.
Yeah, Saxon or Aaron, whoever wants to go first.
Yeah. I would think that Taiwan is it's a very good place, even though there's no legislation yet for online gambling. But Taiwan basically copied the business model, the BPA business model, from the Philippines. So where the gambling is not local, so you don't take the local bet, where it's offshore gambling website. So the BPO basically serve the offshore gambling website. Yeah. So it is. There are many operators moving to Taiwan. One, the employees have much better education, and they'll be able to serve the largest market like China, and they speak Chinese, and also politically, Taiwan is more Western than Chinese. So understood. And like for example, the Chinese police cannot cross the strait to go to Taiwan. So that is one protection for the operators, in compared with the other regions like Cambodia, Vietnam, or even the Philippines.
Saxon. So. Thank you, Alan. Saxon, any other jurisdiction that tickles your fancy?
Well, having worked in the region and specifically on projects to try to diversify reliance on the Philippines, just for no other reason that there was some instability with the licensing. And I think no matter what business you're in, when you have 90% of your service delivery from one location, it's a business risk. So many operators have been moving. I would say they never left Taiwan. There was always a underlying amount of players in Taiwan, but certainly Taiwan, Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, Cambodia. I think most larger operators had been going there in stealth mode, or in some cases, very large numbers. So I don't want to say it's the least worst option, but the Philippines certainly provides, relative to some of the other regions, some greater advantages.
Understood.
But I think, like any business, you have to, there's pros and cons and advantages to. Probably the largest, I guess, growth area in the region is India. And I think, again, obviously, it'd be very important to have a very tight relationship in India with the end customer, but that's not possible either. So yet, when you're servicing India, you have to look at countries, and the Philippines is certainly servicing many Indian companies and I guess sectors right now. So I think if you're looking at India, which is certainly when you're talking about Western operators marching into Asia, if you include India in that group, then I think many are probably looking where to do service delivery for India.
Understood. I wish we had more time, gentlemen, but we need to wrap this up. You know, we could spend 2 full days talking about this. It's a topic I have at heart. But for anyone who's contemplating moving to Asia, feel free to get in touch with me anytime, or I'm sure one of my guests on this panel would be happy to answer any of your questions. Keith, Alan, Saxon, thanks again for being with us.
Well, a huge thank you to Alan, Keith and Saxon there for a fantastic panel with the focus on the Philippines, a fairly new market in the online gaming space, but it seems the consensus among all 3 of our panelists is that it is really leading the way when it comes to the future of the gaming industry across Asia, and it has been one of the best performing areas in the region. Now, we have got over 1,000 delegates across all of our platforms tuning in now to Sigma Asia Digital. Thank you all so much for joining us, and I would recommend you head over to swapcod.com, use the event code Sigma in all capital letters, where you can actually interact and network with other delegates. Now let's see what discussion is up next.
Focus Australia, challenges and new opportunities with Jamie Littleton, partner at Addison's Lawyers, Frederick Gushin, Managing Director at Spectrum Gaming Group, moderated by Ben Blaschke, Managing Editor at Inside Asia Gaming.
Welcome everyone, great to have you here for this panel on Focus Australia. I don't need to introduce our speakers today because they've already had an introduction, so let's get straight into it. We've got 20 minutes to talk about this topic, so let's get into it. And Jamie, first question for you. Obviously looking at the impact of COVID-19 on Australia and on the Australian gaming industry landscape, what has been the initial impact on the industry?
The initial impact happened very suddenly, just like COVID did. It essentially stopped all physical movement and a lot of gathering of people together. So all venues or gaming venues essentially had to close up very, very quickly, ranging from casinos to pubs to clubs. And the actual operators needed to manage the closure in a very, very short period of time.
How do you think they've gone about that? Do you think their response has been, you're impressed with what they've done and how they've gone about it?
Generally, they've been indicative of society. It's all coped very, very quickly and very well in this. No one predicted that a closure would be required because of an epidemic, let alone a pandemic like this. Yes, we'd all planned, and some of us can remember Y2K and how it impacted on business, but having to do without customers for what at the time they closed was an indefinite period of time is quite remarkable. And the response from government has also been fairly remarkable in respect of many of the gambling venues, particularly the physical venues, by essentially trying to assist with cash flow, by essentially ceasing to impose the ongoing taxes. A lot of the other suppliers also assisted, as well as landlords, as the case may be.
A question for both of you, really. I guess it's a question everybody around the world wants to know in their own jurisdictions. But what sort of long-term and short-term impacts are we looking at in Australia in the industry here?
It's initially going to be a short-term impact because there has been a complete loss of any revenues for a substantial period of time. Secondly, in the case of the main casinos in Australia, they've laid off about 90% of their staff, if not more. And that's 90% in the case of the Star. It will take a long time to get back in an operational manner, for the public to have confidence to go back to the venues, and then for them to start becoming profitable again. So it's going to have a complete impact on the business, but it's really confidence initially that will take some time to come back.
Brad, what are your thoughts?
Yes, I agree. It's going to take some time to come back, both in Australia and worldwide. People are going to have to reestablish confidence in going to venues where there are many people. There's going to be a period of time. It's going to be difficult for people to get to the casino from overseas. So the markets will have to take time to adapt. We've done some studies with respect to 9/11, the Great Recession, and hurricanes in the United States, and also have been looking at Macau as well. And just for example, 9/11, it took air travel 3 years to rebound in Las Vegas. It took the gaming industry a total of 6 or 7 years to get back to their pre-recession numbers. So this is going to be something that takes place over time. It's going to lead to changes in the way the casinos market to their various segments of players, and ultimately they'll get there, but it's going to be a long slog.
Jamie, what about the changes that we're all sort of seeing in the Australian gaming industry pre-COVID? What was happening at the time, and what impact has COVID had on that?
Well, I think a couple of trends have been expedited as a result of COVID. I think the one that's perhaps most remarkable is the move from terrestrial gambling to online. And essentially, with venues closed, people who gamble as a form of entertainment have essentially moved to find that activity in another means. In Australia, obviously, that's online. And what has occurred, and this has been the real challenge for particularly terrestrial venues who do not have online activities, is that they just cannot continue to have a hold on their customers. So people have moved in respect of various online forms of activity. But coming back to, so that's a trend which really has been expedited. The other trend which I think has something which has started, and particularly is as a result of online activity, is the fact that people have a choice of going to more than one destination. In Australia anyway, you've only got one local casino generally that you would go to. Obviously, people travel in respect of other markets, but in Australia, you've only got one casino essentially in most states, and the smaller venues, but now people will not necessarily be as loyal.
Probably we'll get back to online gaming too in a little bit. Quite an interesting topic to broach in Australia at the moment. But Fred, a bit of a question for you. Again, same question being asked around the world, but what is a casino floor going to look like in the post-COVID era? I'm sure we're going to see massive changes, and we already are starting to in those that are opening up now. But what do we expect a casino floor to look like?
Well, first of all, the casino floor has always evolved depending on different marketing conditions. I think the COVID-19 virus has accelerated a trend in many jurisdictions around the world, and I know Australia has many slot machines in their casinos. The market is changing. Millennials and Gen X aren't playing slot machines like their parents or grandparents did. So the casino floor will have to change to reflect those factors as well, and COVID-19 is likely to accelerate those changes with social distancing for the short term, with masks and other things to keep people safe. People have to feel safe if they're going to go to casinos. So that means that there'll have to be new offerings like esports, sports betting, as you mentioned earlier, online gaming, perhaps run by casinos, perhaps run by third parties who can meet the standards. I know Australia does not have online gaming at the present time. So all of these things are converging at the present time, and the operators that are able to adapt to these changes will be the ones who are most likely to survive.
Just quickly, interesting thing that you said there, Fred, talking about, short-term and long-term changes, but are there any, what changes do you think that might actually be long-lasting? I know there's going to be some short-term ones, but are there any that you think will continue on for the next 10, 20 years?
Well, I think the changes to the game offerings will definitely take place because for the reasons I've set forth, with the millennials and Gen X having different gambling habits than their parents and grandparents. And casinos around the world have adopted to change before. So in Vegas, it was a family resort 30 years ago. Now it's what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and now it's more of an IR destination. So the gaming industry has always changed around the world. Macau is becoming more of a destination resort. The companies that can adapt to this will be the ones who do best under these circumstances. There will be changes. COVID-19 has accelerated these changes. And for the short term, again, the social distancing, but 2026, 2027, when the Japan casinos IRs open, hopefully social distancing will be a thing of the past.
I think as far as Australia is concerned on that point, the activities of both Crown and Star in particular in respect of the construction of their new casinos is continuing. Both of them have essentially secured finance through these times to ensure that there's no slowdown in respect of the construction of the Brisbane casino for the Star, nor also for the new resort of Crown in Sydney. They are both going on time for completion, and certainly that's what there'll be a lot of marketing activity for as soon as we get through COVID.
Jamie, has there been a difference regarding the impact of COVID based on different sectors?
Absolutely. I think we've been focusing so far in respect of the impact on terrestrial gaming, which of course has been absolutely impacted by not being able to operate, with one exception, and that's in connection with lottery sales, which are still available. And because of them still being available, that has not slowed down. Indeed, there's been a bit of growth. But the one area where there has been a lot of data produced relates to the growth in respect of online gambling, where it's certainly at a level far greater than before COVID. And that's in respect of wagering, sports betting, even though there's been no sports actually being capable of being conducted in Australia like a number of other markets, but it's essentially the sports betting operators has been able to survive to a degree because racing has continued, just as in the States, behind closed doors. But it's also the unregulated gambling activities which probably have grown quite substantially in this period.
Jamie, actually, that's a good probably area for you to maybe just give us a bit of a background in terms of the online gaming situation in Australia, as in terms of what is legal, what isn't legal.
Yes, look, Australia has probably a fairly unusual situation insofar as online wagering, sports betting, racing is essentially legal to provide, except in respect of in-play on sports online, which is prohibited, except over the telephone. There's a number of exceptions to the exceptions to the exceptions. So it's very complicated. But one area which is not permitted in Australia to be provided by a licensed Australian operator to Australians is in respect of online gaming. And some of the data indicates that there has been a growth in the interest of Australian residents in online gaming during this period. There's been increased efforts by the regulators to essentially try to deter people from participating in those activities and to stop those operators from providing services. But that's probably the one trend that has occurred in the last couple of months, and it'll be interesting to see how long term that is.
Yeah, it's interesting. I saw a study that in the space of 1 week in Australia, online gambling activity increased by about 67% just after shutdown. So, Matt, and as you say, sports betting is the legal form, but there's no sport in the world at the moment. So naturally, we can assume a lot of that activity has been done illegally. I just want to give a bit of a background of a few things I'm aware of in terms of online poker in Australia, which is, of course, among the pursuits that is not regulated or legal at the moment. But I know there is quite a bit of work going on in the background on that. I know that when the Stars Group bought CrownBet and William Hill, I know there's a lot of lobbying going on as part of that group in terms of getting online poker back on board. I also know there's a few groups that have been talking to some politicians, and we're very confident of getting online poker regulated this year until COVID happened. So I've been told that there's actually a lot of confidence going on that online poker in Australia will be regulated by the end of 2021. So I guess we'll keep track of that. What about, Jamie, in terms of New Zealand, Australia's nearest neighbour? What's been the landscape over there during this period?
Well, New Zealand's had a completely different market to Australia. Terrestrial, it's essentially much the same in respect of gaming activity taking place in the casinos in respect of pubs in New Zealand. But where there's been an increasing focus is in respect of how it's focused on online. The position in New Zealand traditionally has been if New Zealanders can actually participate in gambling online with anyone who's providing those services, onshore, offshore. If you're onshore, you need to have a license. Offshore, that's been something which is legal, in which people can participate and provide. That's been realised as perhaps a leakage and a necessity to seek to attract funds for the benefit of New Zealand racing and sport. Regulatory improvements have been in place for quite some time, and I think there's already in place regulation in respect of having various recognition of the offshore bookmakers, particularly in respect of having arrangements with the racing sector. And I think we'll see a further refinement of the laws there to essentially seek to recover revenues from the offshore bookmakers, both in respect of an information use charge, which is like a product fee, and also in respect of a point of consumption tax. And I think we'll see some of that very shortly, even indeed before the New Zealand election later this year. But they've also been looking at potentially understanding how should they actually regulate online gambling, and one of the 4 options being considered is having a licensing regime in place, which again would make it quite different to Australia.
Just moving back to Australia, and I guess one story that's made international headlines has been Crown has gone through quite a bit in the past 12 months on a number of levels. Maybe, Fred, can you maybe talk a little bit about what the situation has been with Crown recently and the attention that they've come under?
Well, Crown, is a former operator in Macau, and they obviously operate in Australia, New South Wales, and Victoria. And their practices relating to VIP play and junkets have come under intense scrutiny. In addition, Melco was going to purchase an interest in Crown, and that also drew scrutiny from a licensing perspective. So right now, New South Wales Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority launched hearings relating to those 2 issues. AML generally is viewed as one of the most significant law enforcement and regulatory issues around the world, and recent events in Australia, both in the casino sector and the banking sector, have highlighted the need for a higher level of enforcement of the anti-money laundering laws. Historically, over the years, when casinos were first legalized in Australia, the regulators had strict licensing standards for junkets. But over the years, those standards have been relaxed to the point where the casinos are now responsible for doing due diligence of potential junkets. We do a lot of work for governments and investigations and licensing matters, and clearly putting that burden on casinos is very difficult, because casinos, Crown in particular, and any other casino would have a very difficult time conducting a significant licensing investigation on a junket operator that wants to come in. So these hearings are looking at the Melco issue. Melco sold their stock recently in Crown, so the Melco issue may be mooted out. But the other issues relating to AML, junkets, and compliance issues relating to casino licensees like Crown are still going to be open issues, and it's my understanding those hearings will continue once things get moving again in Australia and it's safe to proceed.
Jamie, the Crown situation is a lot to unpack, but yeah, what are your general thoughts on what's going on there at the moment?
Yeah, look, it's certainly been one of the most significant developments in respect of gambling regulation during my period of practice in Australian gambling law. I think there's one of the aspects which I also focus on is, how should casinos actually be regulated? And one of the most difficult challenges faced by regulators over the years is, should they have prescriptive controls on the way in which gambling is regulated, or should it be more purposive and essentially say it's up to you as the operator to indicate to us how you ensure that the risks which need to be addressed in gambling are addressed by you. And I think that's going to be very much a focus in respect of the inquiry, which will have ramifications, not just in respect of gambling regulation in Australia and how gambling is regulated and indeed conducted, but potentially also outside Australia, because there aren't many public inquiries of this nature which are conducted, particularly in respect of a high-profile operator like Crown.
One of the things that this inquiry is looking into is whether Crown is fit to hold a licence in New South Wales, which essentially relates to their high roller casino at Barangaroo. Have they got anything to worry about?
Look, I think Jamie, it's very easy to essentially speculate what the possible outcomes are. Well, at the moment, they haven't heard most of the evidence, and they certainly haven't focused on much of the activities which have been conducted by Crown, nor indeed whether or not they should have taken steps to address these, whether there's any inappropriate conduct on the behalf of Crown. But I think we've got to keep in mind that the most extreme results, which would be the loss of a license, absolutely is the most extreme result. And certainly it's far too soon to speculate that that's even a remotest possibility that it would occur.
We've got probably time for
I agree, Jamie. Let me just say, I agree with Jamie. There's a hearing that still has to develop a record, and while that is an option, it's the most extreme option. But let me just backtrack and put this AML issue and VIP gaming in perspective. The AML issue, from a law enforcement and gaming regulatory issue perspective, is the most significant issue facing the gaming industry, not only in Australia, but worldwide. As maybe you know, and your audience knows, the Financial Action Task Force in Paris, which was set up by originally the G7 countries, monitors worldwide AML practices around the world and has adopted this risk-based system we're under. So all countries are effectively operating under the same system, and no country, whether it be Laos, whether it be Macau in China, Australia, US, no country should benefit from not complying with these AML rules. So casinos have clearly been identified as industries with a high risk and vulnerabilities to money laundering. So I just want to make sure everybody understands what's happening in Australia is part of a much bigger picture.
Sure. There's so much more I'd like to ask you guys, but we're out of time. 20 minutes goes very fast. So thanks, Fred, and thanks, Jamie, for joining us. And thanks to all our viewers for listening in.
Well, thank you so much, Ben, from Inside Asia Gaming. Fantastic moderated panel there. I hope you all enjoyed. Now, looking at Sigma SwapCard now, we do have Jamie Netterton, who was a guest speaker on the panel you just watched. He is on the live chat in the comment box. If you do have any questions based on what he was discussing, feel free to reach out to Jamie. I'm sure he'd be very happy to answer those questions. And Jamie, thank you so much for joining and interacting with some of our speakers. Now, we do have some other delegates that are joining us in the chat, and it's actually really great to see people from all over over the world. We have people like John Lewis from the Philippines. We have Ariel from Israel. We also have Grisha from Minsk. We have people from all over the world dropping in. So do share where your location is. And thank you so much for joining us. Now, we are trying here at Sigma Asia to give as much of the real life networking experience that we can with a virtual conference. So tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. CET, we do have a poker tournament which everyone is able to join. One other interesting element of the poker tournament is there is a $250 bounty on Airman Police, the founder of Sigma Group's head. So really interesting to get involved. I advise you to head on over and tune in. It's sponsored by Stars Affiliate as well. Now let's see which panel discussion or talk we have next.
Focus Japan. Updates and restrictions lifted for land-based gambling. With Andrew Scott, CEO at Inside Asia Gaming.
Well, hi everyone. I'm Andrew Scott from Inside Asian Gaming, and I'm here to talk to you about land-based in Japan. So I'm based in Macau. I'm in Macau now. I've been here for 11 years. And before that, Hong Kong for 5 years. And I visit Japan very regularly, about 1 week a month. And that's because IAG, Inside Asian Gaming, we launched IAG Japan, a dedicated Japanese brand, in January last year, January 2019. And that involves a daily gaming industry e-newsletter and a monthly digital magazine. It's in English and in Japanese, every word. And it's about 2,000 stories per year. So we're publishing many, many stories every day. We've only got a short session together today. So if you're looking for a deeper dive into Japan or other stuff that we do, please visit our website, asgam.com. That's asgam.com. Or in Japanese language, asgam.jp, and you'll find a real treasure trove of information there. So let's start with some background on Japan land-based gaming. There are 5 such legal forms of gaming right now already. There's the JRA, the Japan Racing Association, that conducts horse racing in Japan. That's about a $7 billion a year, US dollar a year industry. There's the JKA, which regulates pari-mutuel betting on motorcycle and bike racing, Kirin racing. And also there's pari-mutuel betting on motorboat racing as well. Those 3 are worth about $6 billion a year. There are some lotteries in Japan as well, including some scratch cards that you'll find in the street. That's about $4 billion a year. So I think it's about a $16-17 billion a year industry for land-based legal gaming right now without casinos. You'll find poker rooms and mahjong parlors in Japan. That's a bit of a grey area. Underground illegal casinos exist. They get raided and shut down from time to time. But the granddaddy of all land-based gaming in Japan is, of course, pachinko. If you don't know what pachinko is, Google it, Pachinko. It's officially not viewed legally as gaming, but as amusement. But nevertheless, there are 10,000 pachinko parlors in Japan, with about 4 million pachinko and pachi slot machines across the country, taking in US 32 billion in 2018. 2019 data's not out yet. So that's nearly as big as the entire Macau gaming industry. Now, despite these big numbers, pachinko is actually in decline. It's actually declined about 50% over the last decade. So when casino gaming does come to Japan, and it will be the second biggest market in the world after Macau, of course. Estimates range of how big the GGR will be. Estimates I've seen as low as 10 billion, as high as 25 billion, but whatever that number is, it's going to be number 2 in the world. Efforts to legalize casino gambling in Japan have been going on for over 20 years. In December 2016, the IR promotion law was first passed. And at that time, in 2015, the year before, there were 20 million inbound tourists to Japan. And the goal was to increase that to 40 million by 2020 and to 60 million by 2030. That was followed by the IR implementation law in July 2018, which set out industry rules and regulations. Most importantly, that there would be 3 licenses, and that after 7 years after those issuing of those 3 licenses, then perhaps some more licenses would be looked at. In September 2019, there was the release of the draft central government IR basic policy. And I have to explain the license process involves both local and central government in Japan. So what happens is candidate operators have to first get married, so to speak, to the local, the locations who are also bidding for a license in their location, and go hand in hand to the central government to apply for a license together. So between November last year and April this year, 4 local governments in Japan issued draft implementation policies. They were Osaka, Yokohama, Wakayama, and Nagasaki. So they're the 4 locations right now that we're looking at. And then on the 26th of July this year, the central government, under that 2018 legislation I mentioned before, is required to issue their final IR basic policy. Once they've done that, that will then allow the local governments to issue their final policies, partner up with their preferred operators, and then move on to the next stage, which is the key period from the 4th of January to the 30th of July 2021. That's when the applications to the central government will be made by those local governments partnered up with their operators. So when will the doors open, I hear you ask? Well, by the time the federal licensing process, or the central government, I should say, licensing process goes through and construction happens, which will be slow in Japan, you are looking at 2026 as an earliest date that's being touted right now. It could easily be 27, 28. If a few things go wrong, it could even be 2030, which I know sounds like a long way away, doesn't it? So what are the known factors? What do we already know? Well, we know a few things. We know there are going to be 3 licenses. We know that they're going to look at licenses again after 7 years, a second round of licenses. We know that those licenses are going to last for 10 years. We know that after the 10 years, they'll be renewed every 5 years. We know there's going to be a 30% gaming tax, so quite high. We know that the gaming area in an integrated resort is going to be limited to 3% of the total floor area of the integrated resort, although exactly what counts as that floor area is not being totally finalized. We know the entry will be free to international visitors, but will be 6,000 yen to locals. So that's $54. So quite a steep entry fee. We know that public support is quite low in Japan. The understanding of IRs in Japan is quite low. We know construction will be slow and expensive. That's the nature of construction in Japan. And finally, we know that IRs do not enjoy bipartisan political support. So Prime Minister Shinzo Abe will likely continue to keep pushing it through and push ahead with the current timeline, because if there is a change of government, the whole thing could even go south. Locations. Let's talk about locations for the 3 IR sites. So currently, there is no distinction between a major metropolitan site and a regional site, which kind of doesn't make sense commercially, as I'm sure you'll all appreciate. So Osaka is probably the most advanced of the 4. It is a major metropolitan site. It is the 2nd biggest city in Japan. There are 23 million people in the Kansai area that Osaka is in. Osaka is right in the middle of Japan. They've already completed their RFP process, and there's only one operator left standing, and that's MGM. So with their local partner, ORIX, O-R-I-X, local Japanese partner, they're the only ones left standing, and they're aiming for late 26. So MGM definitely going to be the license holders in Osaka? We don't actually know. Don't be surprised if that race kind of opens up again for a variety of reasons to do with both Japan, Osaka, and even MGM itself. It's gone through a lot of changes. Yokohama, it is part of the greater Tokyo area, which is the largest metropolitan area in the world, 38 million people. If you've ever been in central Tokyo and got the train down to Haneda Airport, we'll just keep going for about another 25 minutes and you'll find yourself in Yokohama. It's under an hour to central Tokyo, huge population base to draw from, and a supportive mayor who's now come out and said she supports the process. So that's probably the most sought after right now. Wakayama, it's 75 minutes south of Osaka. It's a regional location, smaller. The location has already been picked. It's Wakayama Marine City, and the governor, has been pushing for a long time on Wakayama. Nagasaki is at the extreme west of Japan, or extreme south if you prefer. Again, the location has been picked. It's at Sasebo City. House 10 Bush, HUISTENBOSCH. You can Google it. Sites that are talked about but are not officially in, haven't put their hands up. Well, Tokyo, obviously, much speculation around Tokyo, but they've been distracted by the 2020, now 2021 Olympics. Nagoya, there's been talk. Hokkaido was sought after, Tomakomai City, but they've now withdrawn. The governor came out on the 29th of November last year and withdrew. Okay, operators. So there should be a slide come up on your screen now of a bigger list of all the operators. We don't have time for a close look at them all, but in the January, March and April issue of IAG this year, I wrote a series of 3 articles totaling a little over 10,000 words, doing a really deep dive on these operators. So if you want to know more, take a look at that. MGM with Oryx in Osaka, Galaxy partnered up with SBM from Monaco, Genting Singapore, Las Vegas Sands are out, Wynn, Melco, Sun City, these are the big names. Latest developments. Well, on the 13th of May, as I mentioned, Las Vegas Sands pulled out. Why? Well, the Yokohama mayor blamed COVID. Well, I think that's a convenient excuse. Sands told us themselves in their press release. They pointed to the framework around the process and other opportunities, indicating that perhaps other opportunities would be more attractive. Well, this has been a common theme recently. Others are talking about difficulties around the process and a low ROI. The general consensus is that Japan has been quite demanding in the process, that returns are clouded by uncertainty in quite a few areas. Companies are being asked to make proposals and make commitments without knowing the full rules of the game. They don't even know where the locations are definitely going to be. 3% of floor area, well, 3% of what? Japan has come out and said repeatedly that they will be the strictest regulatory regime in the world. Well, that's hardly music to the ears of an operator. This is all being done against the background of COVID-19 that we're all suffering right now, so that doesn't help. Some of these operators are burning through 2, 3, 4, 5, even more million US dollars a day because of their operations in Las Vegas or Macau or even Singapore. So when you combine a 10-year license, which is not that long, financing difficulties because of the short license, 5-year renewals after the 10 years, 3% only of floor area, a 30% tax rate, a 6,000 yen entry fee, a potentially 10 billion US dollar investment, which is what's being talked about, and the uncertainties mentioned already, it's not that attractive to some people. A lot of people are saying, has Japan government messed up? Do they need to go back to the drawing board? Is Las Vegas Sands withdrawal a tactic to try and get them to go back to the drawing board? Some people say it is. Some people even say that it's giving Shinzo Abe ammunition to go back and say, look, we need to rethink that. Other analysts disagree and say Sands are completely out. Impact on other markets, I've been asked to comment on that very quickly. Macau and Singapore, no effect. Macau is fed by China, Singapore is fed by Southeast Asia. Philippines, a little bit, mainly a locals market, plus Korea, little bit of Japan, but not much. Korea will be the one that is really hurt when Japan opens. They don't have locals gaming, bar one property, and the main feeder market to Korea is Japan. So obviously it will be hurt quite badly. Thanks for your time. My time is up. Thanks for listening. If you want to know more about gaming in Asia, iGaming or bricks and mortar gaming, be it in Japan or elsewhere, please get in touch. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Andrew. That was an incredibly informative 10 minutes on the Asian gaming spoke in Japan. Thank you so much. And Andrew is actually on the chat as well on our Swapcard platform. So if you do want to reach out to Andrew, as he said, be sure to drop him a message. Now, our next moderator is Oliver De Bono from Condor Gaming, who will be taking a look at our final focus of Asia for today.
Focus India. iGaming on the rise with Johan Styron, CEO at Delanti Media, Jadip Chakravarti, Vice President of Commercials at Necktown PLC, and Valrun Mana, founder at Poker Dango. Moderated by Oliver De Bono, COO at Condor Gaming.
Good morning. Welcome to Sigma Digital Focus India. My name is Oliver De Bono. I'm the CEO at Condor Gaming, and we're here to talk about India, which is currently being deemed as the sleeping giant in the gaming industry. I have here in the studio with me Johan, Varun, and Jaydeep, three veterans in the market in India, and we're here to discuss everything from the products to acquisition. First, I want to kick things off with a little bit of info on where we're seeing the Indian market going. We're talking about population double that of Europe, huge hype within the market and many operators going there. Obviously, we're here to understand what differs within this market, and that's where obviously the experts come in. First up, I want to start with you, Johan, and talk a little bit about the acquisition front. We know that India has, let's say, unique areas of acquisition, products and points of payment. What makes India special? What is the unique market interest, or how do you find acquisitions working in the market?
Sure. Well, I mean, first of all, what makes it special, I guess, first of all, population, obviously. That's the big thing. I mean, people love to talk about the 1.3 billion, which is quite a number. I'm not sure that 1.3 million is the correct number to mention, considering that, you know, there's only so much internet penetration. I mean, obviously we're targeting kind of the middle and upper class. So considering those factors, it's a significantly smaller number than 1.3 billion, but it's still in the hundreds of millions. So certainly interesting from that perspective. There's obviously different channels of reaching those hundreds of millions. In our particular case, we are an SEO affiliate. So I mean, that would kind of be my main input to that. I mean, with SEO, obviously, it's a combination of you know, the numbers and also the potential in competition, etc. When we started looking at the market about well, I guess first time was about 2 years ago or so. It was not a competitive market at all, which us SEO affiliates love because that makes it easier to rank on Google. I wouldn't particularly say that that's the situation anymore, because obviously during those 2 years we've had a lot of SEO affiliates realizing that potential and starting to compete on all kind of search terms. But yeah, there's still certainly potential in it. There's still certainly a lot of traffic that are already interested in gambling, and I would say more and more so as well. Internet penetration is increasing, and I think the understanding and trust of online gambling is slowly but surely growing. So yeah, the SEO potential is certainly there, and that's why we're there.
Cool. But going further into it, you know, as an operator going into the market, we've noticed that India has unique payment forms. For example, cash on delivery is still quite let's say, a big part of the payments market out there. Does that affect acquisitions in any way?
To be absolutely honest, from our perspective, it doesn't affect it that much. I mean, obviously, the customers that we deliver would not be through those channels, because I mean, we do SEO basically. So we deliver customers that search for anything that is either gambling or for that matter related to gambling. I mean, I would say that that's one of our roles as well, to get people that are interested in things that are not necessarily directly gambling, but rummy and stuff that I'm sure we're going to talk about later, that are slightly related, and therefore they might be interested in gambling. So we're kind of a funnel of those type of customers. If a client comes in through those type of kind of gathered payments, etc., that would not be through us. However, if they use that at a later stage with the operator, well, that's, I mean, it's not necessarily our part of the business to manage that. So yeah.
Fair enough. So you spoke about products, and this is obviously the direction also we would like to go in to understand a little bit more about the market. Are there unique selling points when it comes to what kind of SEO you're pushing out. So particular areas, is it more sportsbook you get conversion on? Is it more skill games, which we know is on the rise? What is, let's say, the big seller? Because our understanding as an operator, obviously it's a massive cricket market, but I believe there's far more interest than just cricket in this market, and many new products are on the rise. How does that affect the affiliate front?
I mean, most of the markets that we go into, we tend to stay quite focused on casino because that's kind of the core of our business, and kind of our big expertise. It's where you find the most valuable clients, et cetera, et cetera. So we've always been very focused on casino. However, as you say, obviously the potential in the cricket market in India is just bizarrely big. So you just can't ignore it. You have to look at those enormous search volumes and see what can we do with this. I mean, do we create kind of a separate, just super focused cricket page? I mean, the first question is, well, should we do some sportsbook? Then you realize that, well, sportsbook it's just cricket. So the other sports are really not much at all compared to cricket. So I think that cricket specifically is something that you need to decide what to do with that. It's just such a huge volume, and people love to bet on it, etc. So there is a huge potential there, and it's certainly something that we are addressing and trying to do something with all of that traffic.
Interesting, very interesting. So we also spoke about products, and what I wanted to go into, Varun and Jaydeep, we spoke also earlier this week in regards to where the games are going. There's been a massive rise in games of skill, and I wanted to elaborate on that a bit. Varun, you mentioned that this is really quite a direction given regulation, and this is where there's a lot of interest. Can we elaborate on what kind of games we're seeing coming into the market?
Definitely, Oliver. So we are one of the biggest online poker operators in the country currently, and we operate in a game of skills domain. The regulations in the country clearly state that game of skills are legal to be monetized, whereas game of chances are not legal to be monetized. So the focus on the skill aspect in the gaming domain in India is currently huge. So I would like to add 2 points in this game of skills and game of chance, and the acquisition bit which we touched upon in the initial part of the conversation. So games like Rummy, games like poker, fantasy sports, they are all classified as game of skills right now by the courts of the country, and which gives the legitimacy to the business when it comes to operating them with real money. Definitely there is a huge market out there for fantasy because of cricket and their love for cricket in the country. But we've seen that games like Rummy and poker have also seen a tremendous uptake in the recent past. Rummy is a traditional Indian game, and hence a lot of people knew how to play Rummy before the game came online. And the surge in poker is of particular interest to us because we are operators in this domain, but also because it's an adapted sport. Poker is never been a traditional Indian sport. It is something we have acquired from the West. But I believe it really, calls out to the Indian youth. So a huge population between the 18 to 35 year bracket is switching to poker, and that is going to be a huge market for the Indian subcontinent in the coming few years. Would like to also add on to the acquisition bit. So I think one of the key things which has happened in the recent past in India has been the advent of technology. So we are right now having a boom in the digital payment mechanisms. We are having a boom in the smartphone penetration, in the data availability, which is all adding on to the ecosystem and making these sports more popular and more easily available to the masses. That being said, a very important factor right now is to build a lot of trust with the consumers, and that trust is something which has to be self-regulated right now. And a lot of operators are working towards creating the ecosystem where a lot more users feel comfortable coming online and playing on a platform like ours. so that they can get a good experience and they are exposed to this market more and more. And once the exposure reaches a point where people are comfortable, you can then push on other products to these consumers as well, because now they're used to playing online. Maybe with poker they can start with Rummy, and then you can push on fantasy, you can push on other sports as well.
Okay, that's very interesting. And as an operator myself, we have come across this. We've come a lot of different kinds of interest in the market. Jaydeep, we spoke as well in regards to, let's say, the casino industry in the market, platforms coming out, and where the future is there. We understand that regulation obviously is not yet, let's say, to the point where companies are going to come out with multiple products, especially in the games of chance field. But there does seem to be a demand. So Jaydeep, talking about this, what kind of products are we seeing coming into the market? What from a platform perspective, what can we see unique to India? I think with so many operators looking at the market, both from Europe and internally in India, I think there's a huge scope for business out there. What do you say about businesses coming in to find your kind of support, or generally just where the gaming will go? Will casino grow? Will the games of chance come to market one day?
Absolutely, Oliver. So I think the point I would agree with what Johan said, that we do have 1.3 billion people in the country, but the target group that you are looking at is probably somewhere in the range of 400 million or 350 million, something in that range. That still is a significant good number if you compare it with many of the other countries. Now, coming from a casino platform, because we are a full suite gaming platform provider, we do have access to a lot of content that is out there in the market. And when I'm talking of gaming content, I'm not just talking about the particularly Indian subcontinent. It is also Indians who may be anywhere in the world, but what kind of games they are like to play. Now, I'll give you a couple of examples, which I think we are all aware of. There is like Izuki have come up with games, traditional casino games, which are very popular in Indian casinos, particularly in Goa, in Nepal casinos, and in Sri Lanka casinos, and in some of those traditional.
Can you hear me? It just cut off slightly, just the last sentence.
So what I was saying is that is a lot of these traditional Indian casino games are now being brought online by many of the online live dealer providers, and they are actually targeting the Indian diaspora, you can say, either the Indians living in India or the Indians who are probably on some of these casinos. So we do see a lot of that taking place. Also, what I would say is that is in terms of acquisition, what we are seeing is that is like the traditional SEO, like what Johan and his company does, that brings a very high quality player values and all. In India, those kind of affiliate industry doesn't exist. There are different kind of marketing companies in India which work on cost per lead or cost per registration or different other models which are not
Jay, we're just
the
losing.
Same as
there, you're back.
It
cut for a second, but I do get it.
Did you get my last part?
Yeah. We just a couple of words cut out, but I completely understand where you're coming from. And as you said, it's a giant market, 400 million potential, let's say, customers. Back to you, Johan, because this is interesting where we're going, because as an operator, we've actually gotten a couple of requests by customers telling us, oh, do you have this product or do you have that? Now, you have very regional games. I know currently an operator can't offer them. This may come out in the future, but looking at the keyword side of things, what are people looking for when they're going for casino? Because there must be, let's say, industry-specific games. We know Europe has a lot of keyword searching around, let's say, the more generic, the slot games or type of slot games. But what is the trend in India? What are people looking for there?
I mean, Rummy is just one of many there. I mean, when we look at local keywords, it's probably up to 100 of them. So I'm struggling a bit to come up with more examples. But I mean, I would say in any market, that's always our approach. I mean, we need to look at what is relevant to this market, what is relevant to this casino market, and what is slightly kind of connected to the casino market. Like it might not be a game that that you can actually play online, but people still like to look it up online. We can then kind of catch a lot of that traffic, tell people that, well, you might be interested in this game that is an offline game or whatever it is, but at this operator here, you can actually find something that is very similar. And I think that that's kind of where we add the real value, because, I mean, sure, we can funnel the players that are already interested in casino, and you know, we can get good value players, et cetera, but I think that where we really create the value for operators is when we manage to kind of convert players that weren't actually necessarily going for playing online. They were just looking at games. They were trying to understand rules of games that they play offline. But now that they actually read about it on our page and we suggest to them that you could actually play very similar games online, well, then we kind of create completely new customer groups that weren't there for the operators. So that's also something that we're trying to do, and I think we're really creating value.
Super. Varun, you actually touched on this earlier as well. Once you've brought a customer in and you've built trust, that's actually when the cross-sell comes in, especially within this market. What kind of products, let's say, go hand in hand? Because obviously you have, like you said, a game of skill market. You have people coming in for poker products, but within that market, you've obviously got Rummy, which is a major search, let's say, part of the industry. A lot of people look it up. Any other products that we would say are something to keep an eye on or on the horizon?
Definitely. So Oliver, what we are also trying to create is an ecosystem where we are offering more and more products to our consumers. So right now we have poker, but we have plans to get into Rummy, we have plans to get into fantasy, we have plans to get into quizzing, we have plans to get into the other casual games, which are monetized in a different manner. So maybe those games are freemium, or they are games where we have a leaderboard format. Again, has to be game of skill to be monetized in any manner if it's not a freemium model. So the product offerings can vary from card games to fantasy sports to quizzing to arcade games to racing games, because there is a latent market which is now ready to explore a lot more options to entertain themselves. Typically what we saw in an Indian audience was an affinity towards casual gaming till about 3 years back. But now the kind of gaming which is happening is a lot more skill-based. It has to be a lot more engaging for the consumers, and it has to definitely come with a lot of value to the users in terms of monetization, in terms of skill levels enhancement. And that is what we are seeing as a trend, that if you are able to create a platform where you're offering multiple products and you're able to acquire a user for one of the products, you can cross-sell them. So for example, a user who's coming on your platform for poker, you can cross-sell them Rummy, you can cross-sell them fantasy sports, and you can also cross-sell them the other casual gamings which are there. So the definite plan in this market right now for us is to try and get a product which can offer these multiple games, multiple avenues for the users to explore, and then utilize our expertise in engagement and retention to try and extract maximum juice from them.
Okay, that's really interesting, especially because, again, like you said, it's about building loyalty and then cross-selling the customer. But Jaydeep, I just want to touch on one more thing as well, as we're running out of time, but this is really interesting because I've noticed there's a couple of regions in the Indian market that are, let's say, looking to regulate casino or have made attempts. Again, it's most of the market. It is, let's say, not outlawed, but it is not regulated. So that being the case, do we see a change happening in regulation over the next 2 to 3 years?
I think obviously we have land-based casino in 2 Indian states, which is Goa and Sikkim. And we have some form of an online gaming kind of an activity, some form which is only allowed in Sikkim, which is not really online, but it's called online. But other than that, I think there is, I know in past there have been several movements or activities that state governments have done towards some form of a regulation. But it has never, I personally have consulted at least 3 state governments on various topics related to gaming. But it needs a lot of political willpower and a lot of influence and an interest on the people who are doing the legislations to actually come up with on and tackle this issue. Because see, the way I see it is India, everybody agrees. I think everybody on this panel and everybody in general agrees that there is a lot of gambling related activity that takes place in India.
Okay.
And the government can earn a lot of revenue if they just regulate it. But the point comes in that is, how do you regulate? And that is where the lot of political willpower is needed. And because the country is big, we have a lot of other issues, and this is not really a priority for the government or for the legislators to tackle at this point.
Fair enough, Jaydeep. I completely get it. Even though it is a giant industry or a giant potential industry in the market, definitely something to look out for. Obviously, many operators are on the hope that regulation will come to the market. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have today, but it's been really interesting. I definitely look forward to our next talk on the market, and I look forward to seeing where this market will be in the next 2 to 3 years. Thank you, Sigma. We really appreciate this chance to bring this up, and I look forward to our next discussion. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for a great conversation focusing on India. And that does conclude our first session for the day, which was our focus of Asia. We started off the day looking at the Philippines, then we went to look at Australia, Japan, and finally India. Now, we did have an interactive poll on our swap card platform, which was available for 15 minutes for our delegates and you all that are watching to give your insights on what you think the next emerging industry will be for 2021 and beyond. And the results were actually really interesting. So we have the results just in from the live discussion. We had 28% of people that think the Philippines will be the next available and next future industry to grow. 44% actually said India, 24% Japan, and 4% Australia. So thank you all for voting and tuning in. It was really interesting to see the outcome. There will be more polls available throughout the day as well. To stay tuned. Now we're looking in a post-COVID world at our next set of sessions. And thank you once again to Apollo Games, our sponsors for the previous session.
Roadmap for Asia post-COVID-19. Spotlight in Macau and Southeast Asia. With Ben Lee, Managing Partner at iGaming X Management and Consulting Limited. Joe Pisano, CEO at Jade Entertainment and Gaming. Moderated by Oliver De Bono, COO at Condor Gaming.
Great. So I'm here with Joe and Ben. We're here just to talk about what's coming up within the Asian market and the effects of the recent pandemic on land-based gaming, where the market's going to go, and what we look to expect in the next 6 to 12 months. So Joe and Ben, we spoke earlier today. We had a couple of ideas in regards to what we should go into and what we believe the market's going to look like. Recent events have had a massive effect on the Asian land-based market, namely Macau, Philippines, and a number of markets who have recently come out into the industry. But in your opinion, I'd just love to get an overview of what's happening in Asia and where we see it going, what the effects have truly been, what happens now really and truly. So Ben, over to you, just a bit of overview on you and what's happening out there.
Certainly. So in terms of gaming in Asia, Macau shut down their casinos in the early part of January, I believe. February, and then reopened after 15 days. So they shut down on the 5th of February and reopened on the 20th of February. So they were one of the earliest to close and reopen compared to the rest of the region. Since then, there has been no recovery. Things have been very, very slow insofar as foot traffic is concerned and the resulting gross gaming revenue.
Okay, so again, major effects from the recent pandemic, and we know that obviously again the market has been growing of late, so it has shut down. But where does it go next? When we spoke earlier today, we spoke about roadblocks and U-turns within the sector, how the future of potential proxy gaming on the land base could secure these markets in times of pandemic. And also another topic we went into a while back was the idea that the online does contribute to, let's say, land-based operations. How do we see that coming out of this pandemic? How do we see it affecting, places like Macau, Sunukville, obviously, which has done a U-turn? Do we anticipate any changes in regulation in those regions?
So I'll address two countries and I'll leave the rest to Joe. So insofar as Macau is concerned, we have been very heavily dependent upon mainland China for the bulk of our gaming revenue. And we estimate probably something close to 80 to 90% of our gaming revenue comes out of China. Now, we have had in the past other forms of gaming, such as proxy gaming, phone betting. However, as a result of probably suggestions emanating out of China, Macau had moved to ban all form of online as well as phone and proxy betting. And that industry or that segment of the industry has actually moved to Manila as well as other parts of Asia, particularly Cambodia and Vietnam. Now, because we are so heavily dependent on the China market, looking at the future post-pandemic, we are not likely to see a reintroduction of those segments of the market, contrary to what some other commentators and observers have been suggesting, purely and simply because online gaming in any form is anathema to the mainland Chinese authorities. And, we have seen how they have cracked down in Cambodia, particularly Sihanouk Village, and indirect actions against the same industry in the Philippines. Now, post-pandemic, we do predict that a recovery will occur, slow as it may be, but it will occur. The size of the recovery and speed of the recovery totally dependent upon what mainland China will let us have. Bear no doubt that if they choose to, we could have 2019 level sometime by the end of this year. But having said that, with the precautions in place, with the constraints in place, we see a recovery to 2019 level more likely by sometime in the middle of next year.
I see.
Now, in terms of Cambodia, moving on to Cambodia, you mentioned Sihanouk Village. So iGamix did a study. We were commissioned to do a study into the gaming market in Sihanouk Village by a publicly listed company in Hong Kong. And what we found in our study, without divulging too many confidential details, is that probably somewhere in the vicinity of about 80% of the gaming revenue of the land-based casinos in Sihanouk Village derived from the online space itself, i.e., they were generating revenue from customers out of China. But not only that, the customers that were physically playing in the casinos in Sihanouk Village were staff and entrepreneurs that lived off the online gaming industry. These were the physical customers that were going to the casinos day in, day out. They were online staff, online managers, online bosses. And then on top of that, they were construction workers building the buildings that house all these online people. And then you had the SMEs, the entrepreneurs who followed them out. They were running the karaoke, they were running the restaurants, they were running the dormitories that all looked after and catered to the online industry. So the Cambodian government, under pressure from China, suspended or prohibited the continuation of online gaming in December last year, and basically the rest is history. Without the online space, there was no sustainable land-based business in Sihanoukville.
But as you said, so the land base was propped up by those people who are doing business on the online. Now, when we're looking at the industry on a whole, we understand the U-turn was made over there, but I just want to switch over to you for a second, Joe. We spoke also earlier about, we know that there's been a lot of turmoil in the recent months and also years. And we spoke also about proxy, which is quite interesting because we understand that, okay, this market was shut down. The online industry was let's say, creating, as you said, somewhat of a racket. But we do have the doorway through proxy, which I believe is what's happening now in parts of Manila. And that's quite an interesting concept where the land base gets support through virtual presence. And how is that moving along in Manila?
Well, here in the Philippines, the land-based industry is not as reliant on the Chinese market as Macau. We have quite a large local industry, local play. Now, a number of properties have had proxy betting for a number of years. It's not something new here. I'd say proxy betting has been running here for at least 10 years. What we want to look at is where is the industry going over the next year, post-COVID, when we reopen for business here in the Philippines, not only Philippines, but across Asia. What can casinos do to get people back in the door? How can they work with online companies? Can we bring online content onto the casino floor and provide safe areas on the casino floor? All this is a matter of regulation, but the two industries can work hand in hand to create a better environment moving forward. The land-based can learn a lot from online. And I think we spoke about it earlier. The land-based properties would probably love to go online.
Yeah, exactly. This is what we were sorry. Go on.
They future-proof themselves by doing that against future pandemics, or we still don't know where this one's going yet.
But yeah, this is the next thing. So the doors have not yet opened, and I think even when the casinos come back online, when the land-based operators open their door, who's to say that the airlines are ready to bring the players, that the people have yet to feel safe again to walk into a casino? And we spoke about a couple of avenues they can take. One interesting avenue was using proxy, but within the venue. So a company could use, let's say, its actual own physical venue to separate the play and the player. Obviously, that makes disinfecting the panels easier. It can keep the individual customer in a different area. There are a number of brands using this approach, but do you think, Ben, maybe this one for you, that it would spread across, let's say, Macau and other areas of Southeast Asia?
Well, absolutely. Social distancing is the new norm. So we can expect more iterations of that concept. So in Macau, even before the DICJ reopened the casino and imposed social distancing, we had suggested, or I had suggested, about 3 weeks before they did so in a TV interview in Macau, that they actually separated the gaming tables more. But that in an essence is only a short-term solution, Oliver. The problem is with the game itself. It is a dinosaur, just like airlines, where everything's cramped in. The tables themselves, if you think about it, the common denominators are the playing cards, but more importantly, the chips. These are potential conduits for the pathogen. And so really, you got to look at, well, how do we minimize the contacts and the common points between people? So, and it comes back to the earlier point you made with, the innovation. And we already have innovation in the form of live dealer electronic gaming terminals, right? What we call stadium arenas, a concept that was pioneered in Australia, but it's now very, very popular in Asia. So we'll probably see a continuation and an expansion of that form of game. Now, however, that caters mainly to the mass. It does not give the touchy-feely experience that the VIPs would like. And that's where the bulk of the money is, unfortunately. And so, we may see the introduction of, more importantly, chipless gaming, i.e. you have an electronic wallet, you swap at a table, and basically there is no contact with chips of any kind. The touching the cards optional, but again, that's up to individual players. So you can, very quickly, move to incorporate new digital technology to enable that social distancing that is going to be with us for quite a while yet.
So based on that, and in your opinion, both Joe and Ben, what time frame are we looking at? Obviously, given the global situation, it does feel like this pandemic is not coming to an end, but it is, let's say, in some regions improving. Do we see casinos adopting this in the next 3 to 6 months? And where do we expect to see this first?
Well, adoption of technology needs to be immediate. It cannot wait 3 to 6 months. The technology is available. If we look at things like visual AI for checking on masks, checking if a machine's been cleaned, checking for clusters of people, how many people are at the table. These types of products are available today. The stadium that Ben talked about is something that's available today. Also, if you want to run proxy in a casino, you instead of running it over the internet, you run it over the intranet. Sports betting, you can run it on mobile devices or telephone betting. There are ways. Regulators have come up with their guidelines. We now need to find, let's call it the technology or the digital means on how to implement those guidelines.
I agree with Joe. I mean, the technology is already with us. I mean, when I talk about digital wallet, I mean, e-wallets, Apple Pay, Alipay, we already have them all. It's just that the VIP players, the players may be hesitant in using their own personal e-wallets to go and gamble in the casino because all that is traceable, right? And anonymity is a very treasured commodity. So I think it would not be too much of a stretch for somebody to come along and basically bring in a generic casino-centric e-wallet, whereby a player will go to a casino, they cash in a certain amount of buy-in, and they get issued with a device that contains their buy-in, and they use that device to go and gamble, and it's not necessarily linked to themselves. They can pass the device to somebody else, and again, it preserves that level of buffer between who they are, where they come from, and what's happening at the table. But the technology is already here. It's a matter of how quickly the casinos will allow that. And I think that given the paucity of gaming revenue and what's likely to be a desert for the next 12 months, it will behoove them to actually encourage vendors to come in and provide that technology as quickly as possible.
Perfect. Ben, I thank you for that. We're actually running out of time, but I really wanted to go on with this one. What I would say is that we're definitely going to see major changes within the industry and land-based operations over the next 6 months. I thank you both, Ben and Joe, for your time. I look forward to having this conversation again with you. And now I'm going to send us back to Jess. Thank you again, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, Oliver.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oliver De Bono, for moderating the panel, and to Ben and also to Joe. Great discussion there. Really looking forward to seeing what is up next. Now, just before we do, I would like to remind everyone that as of 2:30 p.m. CET today, and for the next 3 days, we will be launching our inaugural Sigma Deep Tech Conference. This is for people in the tech space, for people that are discussing and looking at the new processes, tech challenges, and innovation in the gaming industry. We have an amazing lineup and conference that we're really excited to share with you all. But first, let's see what's next and our next discussion.
Can live gaming revive casino in a digital era? With Albert Clement, founder at One Block Technologies, Evan Spitman, CEO at eBet, and Dimitri Palianis, CMO at TVBet, moderated by Oliver De Bono, COO at Condor Gaming.
Good morning. My name is Oliver. I'm the COO at Condor Gaming, and we're here to talk about live gaming and whether it can revive casino in a digital era. I'm here in the studio with Evan, Albert, and Dimitri, and we're here to hear from the industry experts where the industry is going and what new products are on the horizon. So, guys, we've seen in the recent months, given the COVID situation, land-based has taken a big hit because people aren't traveling and they certainly aren't entering casino buildings. That being the case, all of you with a very good understanding of the live industry, it starts to ask the question, will the land-based operators start adopting a form of live gaming? So I just want to kick off with that question. We've seen forms of proxy betting happening in land-based casinos in Manila, for example, but what about the rest of the industry? Albert, I'll just start with you. We spoke about some unique products as well coming out in the Asian market, but looking at where we are now, Macau has had, 99% footfall drop. A lot of land-based casinos are on the edge of, in all fairness, bankruptcy because they've been closed for 3 to 4 months. Who knows when people will be confident to go back to those businesses? So it begs the question, why haven't they yet adopted the online through the form of live casino?
Okay. I think, thank you very much, Oliver, for the question. Yes, it's absolutely happening. And I think that's one of the, I guess, the benefits of this COVID situation, of the situation that we're currently living in. I think that land-based operators historically saw live studios as a threat for them to some extent. And I think that's what has changed in this situation, right? Land-based operations are definitely looking at opening the doors to live studios as we speak, because it's a natural transition for them, right? I would say, right? It's a perfect hybrid between, online and offline world. And that is what current situation has achieved, right? Land-based operators that historically thought that this was a bad idea, now they are seeing that actually having a live studio is the only place that actually they can pivot with, right? They can have some revenue streams. So I think that, it's definitely a trend that we're going to be seeing more and more and more. Live dealer platform as a service, land-based, as a service provider to land-based casinos will be very prominent in the next months and years.
Okay, you said it's happening. But what I would love to go into as well is understanding how it's happening. We've seen there's certain types of products that are actually coming to the market. You've got cases where some, let's say, land-based operators are actually pushing their brands out. So the live studios are actually happening inside the casino. Evan, you've got quite an operation, I know, happening both now in Asia and Europe. Have you seen any interest from the land-based operators wanting to, let's say, bring those studios into their doors? What is the feel you've had from these brands?
Absolutely. There's a tremendous amount of interest from the land-based operators. If you go into many of them in Southeast Asia, what you'll find is even at check-in, there's a scannable code that allows you to download their app and play from your room. That's how they simply say it. They're not online, but if you don't want to be at the tables on the floor, then you can just simply play from your room. And if you make a cash deposit, it goes to your player account, and you can use that either in your room or when you return home. So I've seen a tremendous amount of increase, even over the last 2 years. At conferences, they're coming to us saying, we're not experts on online. We understand land-based. It's a different animal online. Can you provide some guidance? Can you provide the systems to go online? And so that has been on the forefront of their minds over the last few years, I would say.
Well, that's really interesting. So there is an adoption coming. I think it's only a matter of time where more and more casinos start adopting this. But it's really interesting what you said. You can play from your room, and you have that through the proxy because they deem you're still, let's say, within the building. But ultimately, the next stage is you can play from your home, but you've registered in the casino once. And then the next stage, I assume, would be you can register from home. So I think it's step by steps, baby steps, but they're definitely moving in the right direction. Dimitri, I just want to switch to you for a second, because the amazing thing is we're seeing this happen in what, let's say, the more traditional live casino. You guys at TVBet, you've got a lot of unique products, and I think this is a whole new market in regards to everything from, let's say, lottery type games, bingo, Wheels of Fortune. So how do you find, is there any interest, because you do have some land-based casinos who have those products? Have you cooperated with any of the land-based businesses over this last, let's say, 6 months, given the COVID situation?
Of course, but all our marketing activities and all our focus was on conversion of the land-based audience into online, because when the COVID situation happens, all the operation in land-based just stopped. And we developed a new kind of product that could help the casino operators to move online with the players. We called it like a betting bar, but we can start to test it only when the operations will start again. So basically, it's a classical bar with the TV screens, and the player is able to come here to order some whiskey and place a bet on the game he wants. So basically, it could be a product that could be something between the offline and online casino, because the land-based lovers are conservative enough. So the visiting the offline casino, it's not just a way to earn money or just to place bets. It's a kind of entertainment. So the land-based operators need to teach and to assume the players to bet on the live games, first of all. And then there is another problem. The problem is the database of the customers, because most of all casino players in offline prefer to stay incognito. And the casino operators, land-based operators, need to find a way to collect this data. And in such case, if they find the way, they would be able to transfer all their players into their online businesses if some kind of COVID situation will happen in the future.
Okay, very, very interesting. So I definitely see that there is a transition happening, let's say that. You've got a lot of interest from the land-based. And as we said before, Albert, as you said, this current situation has actually opened many doors for let's say, the live casinos. It also begs the next question, which is quite interesting, products. We're seeing that, let's say, the live casino industry has so much variety that it does allow operators to offer far more than, let's say, what you would find in a traditional casino, because you're not restricted by space, for example, within your physical casino grounds. So, Albert, you mentioned before certain regional products, like coming out of, let's say, India, big interest for Andar Bahar, Teen Party, these kind of games. I mean, at what point do the live casinos or the products turn around and say, okay, there's a big enough market now, we want to diversify and have everything? We know Asia has its own, let's say, set of preference games. What about, and Europe has more, let's say, the traditional, the blackjack, the roulette. But what do we see as the growing product on the horizon? And how is that related to going into markets like India and Japan?
I think definitely we're going to be seeing a lot of customization, right? As these land-based operations come into our world, into the online world, they will want their own local regional products to be broadcasted, right, to their audience. So that's why I think that the platform as a service, I think, is going to be a massive business for everybody, because there's going to be a lot of customization needed, right? We are, for instance, I am speaking with, in the last month, right, I've spoken with offline casinos that are desperate to try to find somebody to provide some kind of online operation for their facilities, right? And from 4 different continents, even from Africa, from South America, from Asia, and they all want maybe some specific games to be developed for them, right? Because they know their players on a customized level, right? So I think going to the trenches to some extent and offer very customized products for that particular audience, which the land-based operator knows, it's going to be crucial. So yeah, I can see definitely you're going to have to customize your products. And yeah, I mean, what you were saying about about South Asia, right? Games like Tin Patti, like Andar Bahar, like Casino Wars, these are very customized for South Asian region and has had a tremendous success to some extent because of this huge diaspora all around the world that like this kind of content. But I think that in the future we're going to go even more customized. These are my views.
Very interesting. And talking about customization, Evan, you touched on something interesting earlier as well. You mentioned that, going into the Indian market, you've now got the studio set up in Estonia. So let's say the croupier, the person, the language, it's all changed. And there is an appeal. A European player is interested in having an Asian croupier playing Asian games. And then you have vice versa. The grass is always greener. But how have you found that? How has been the setup, the response for Europe? And has there been a big demand out of the Asian operators to get these products more than, let's say, the standard Asian products?
So eBet, for the most part, has been focused on Asia. And until last week, when we opened our Estonia studio, that really broadened our horizon and our ability to provide more customized tables to operators, even branded tables. So what we're seeing now is even Thai operators that are looking for completely branded tables with their own unique dealers, local language, local games, and that's what we're able now to provide with our Estonia studio.
Okay. Yeah, this is the interesting part. So you said the right word, localization. And I think this is happening across the market, not just in the live casino, but in the industry in general. People want the local products. Albert, you touched on, Latam wanting their games and India wanting their games and Japan wanting their. But Dimitri, you guys have such a unique product. I've seen it. I think it gives you that sense of, the old TV show games, which are really coming back. There's a major interest. And I've noticed this as well within certain markets, CIS markets, and also part of the Asian markets have a great interest in this product. Are you guys shifting, let's say, your focus on the Asian market currently? And how has the Asian market responded to a product like yours?
Of course, we are thinking about entering this market, but as Evan and Albert mentioned, the market wants localized products. So for now, we are working on new products that will be pleased on this market. And right now we have several partners, of course, in Asia, but they are performing good enough. But the Asia prefers Asian dealers, and this is the main idea. So we need all the markets. I think even Latam and African markets prefer to see the localization as much as is possible. So we are looking for a way to customize our studios, as Evan mentioned also.
Okay, that's very interesting. And again, we've said it that this is the up and coming. I remember a few years ago, which we were calling it the year of the live casino, things really turned around. And even ourselves as an operator, we've noticed that we have such a demand for it. It gives that chic back to the online sector where, people walk into a casino because they want to feel that the glam that comes with the casino, and I think Live Casino has brought this back. But the irony of it all is that you said it before, Evan, that you can play from your room, and with so many good products coming out into the market, you could probably play more games from your room than you could play downstairs in a casino. But that being the case, I want to touch a little bit on regulation, and we've seen that there are certain markets that are giants within the land-based industry, Macau, for example. With such a drop, has there been much interest or response within Macau for this kind of product? Evan, to you, can you hear me?
I think Macau is relatively happy with their land-based operations, and given the regulatory issues there, I don't see them pushing for online too heavily. But other markets I do see opening up. For example, Philippines is now in an area where it's uncertain where that market will be going. So you will start to see an explosion in terms of online Asian operators in Europe. That will quickly be coming in this month to next month.
Yep.
So yeah, exactly, and we have seen that pattern. So this is the interest. This is the let's say the future of much of the land base. But what I want to touch on as well is, you said it before, Albert, that land-based don't want online businesses touching their customer base. But from a live casino perspective, do you think that diminishes the customer base of a live casino? Because ultimately, I think you walk into a live casino to feel, like I said before, the glam of a live casino. But do the numbers show that taking customers to the live casino is actually changing those walk-ins from the land-based operators?
Well, that is to be seen, right? The thing is that all of us are a little bit of an unexplored territory, right? What is for sure happening right now is that they're making zero money, right? The live dealer operators at this point. So it is an extremely interesting question, and I think that I guess we will have to see what happens in the next 3 to 6 months, right? What is for sure happening right now is that live dealer is the only option they have at this point to somehow monetize their facilities, right? And I am 100% sure that the consumer, this COVID-19 situation is going to change consumer habits. It's going to change the way users spend their time and money. So we are all of us are a little bit on unexplored territory. But the logic says that land-based operators, they must see live dealer studios as their only. At this point, their only way to pivot.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
And so it is a way to pivot, but at the same time, there is still this notion that online gaming somehow takes away customers from the land base. Now, when we look at the regular type of gaming, we know that this is not the case. The customer is very different. You go to a casino because you want to be in a casino, and the numbers, in all fairness, I mean, though the online industry is growing massively, they still are years behind the revenues that you're seeing from land-based operators. But when it comes to live gaming, we say that live gaming does actually bridge the gap between the two. And you mentioned something interesting before. You said obviously the COVID-19 situation has changed things. But I touched on this on an earlier panel, and it's quite interesting because the reality for the next 6 months is, even if the pandemic goes away, it doesn't change the fact that people are still scared to travel. The airlines are not flying as much. The tourists are not going to come. So at what point do the casinos say, okay, we need to not just go online, we need to take our product online? Because I think a customer, when they walk into the casino they like, you walk into the Venetian, you want to play on blackjack table 6, that's the table you want. And when those operators start broadcasting those actual tables and the same feel and the same background that the customer is used to, I think then you create that essence that you're actually going to play in the same routine you're used to. You just don't have the glass of wine, the beer, or just the surrounding people. But what do you think is going to happen for the next 6 months? Because, like we said, people aren't going, even though the pandemic from a numbers point may be diminishing, the fear is still there. So how long do you think it will go back for, or how long would it take for the casinos to say, okay, we need to take our product fully online?
Myself?
Yeah, just like timelines. I'm just trying to get an idea.
I am super optimistic about the fact that offline operators and land-based operators are going to adopt this massively. Everybody is going to be looking at setting up their own small studio within their facility and try to capture the online player on a local level, mega customizations, on a localized level, right? And we, the people which already have the distribution channels, can also help them, broadcast their content globally, right? So it's a win-win for everybody. I am very optimistic about the future in terms of offline land-based operators will change their attitude towards online live studio operations, and I think it's going to be. We're here to stay in terms of we're here to partner together for a long time. This is my views. I don't know what Evan and Dimitri think about this.
Yeah, Evan, what are your thoughts on the live casino and the operator synergies?
I think it's, I don't think anyone today will argue the fact that digital is here to stay and people are moving to their mobile devices. So for a land-based operator to be able to go online, if you have the right systems in place and the right expertise, you're looking at a month's, maybe a month and a half time frame, which is not that great. And we've done it, and it's you just have to find the right partners with the right expertise. So I think the smaller land base, they're already pushing forward online. The larger ones will eventually get there.
Great stuff. So yeah, I mean, it does answer the question that we're definitely moving in that direction. It's simply a question of timeline, and I think the current situation has let's say elevated or increased speed during this synergy. We're coming down to our closing questions now. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. But Dimitri, I just want to touch on something as well. So we know that the traditional live gaming is already working hand in hand with the land-based operators. But let's say your product, as it's unique, I know you guys have a lot of interest across the European market and you're now looking at Asia. But what about that synergy between you and the land-based operators? You mentioned that there was a number of things in the pipeline, but those products have, in some cases, let's say not all of them are present within land-based operators. But are they looking to increase and maybe build studios with your kind of product within their land-based operations?
Operators can request any studios in any game they want from us. So basically we can build a studio from scratch and just to give them a stream with the exact game they want. So I think that operators will try to find new white label solutions for live games that could be customized to their brand. And if the brand is strong enough, they can enter the market very successfully and very fast. So this is what I think about it.
Super. Well, guys, unfortunately, we've run out of time, but I think the answer to today's topic is that the operators are moving towards the live products. There is a whole new world, and I think some very interesting products that are going to be coming to the market. I thank you all for your time today. Thank you, Sigma, and I look forward to our next conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Bye. Cheers.
Bye.
Thank you, Oliver. What a great final summary from you there at the end. So thank you for your time moderating the last 3 panels. And I want to hear what you all think on our Swap Card platform, if you actually agree that live gaming can revive the online gaming sphere. And we will be also sharing your thoughts as well. So don't forget the hashtag #SigmaDigital, and we'll be sharing some of your thoughts and reading those live on air as well. So it'll be really interesting to see from our 3 sets of speakers the future outcome of the industry. As you know, Sigma will be opening its doors once again in Malta in November on the 17th, 18th and 19th of November. We're so excited to have our physical conference back as it should be, and we're taking all the necessary precautions to ensure you, our delegates, are kept safe with our COVID-19 measures. So we're really looking forward to that. Now, at our next conference discussion, we'll be taking a look at the M&A appetite across Asia. Keep an eye out though, ladies and gentlemen viewing, because on the Swap Card platform, you will get to interact. There will be a poll for you all to take part in, and I'll be reading the announcements very shortly after. So let's take a look at what's next.
M&A appetite in Asia post-COVID-19 with Susan Bream, partner at Mishcon Derea, Robin Reed, CEO at Ishiban, and Rob Dowling, managing partner at Parties. Moderated by Eman Police, founder at Sigma Group.
This is Eman and welcome to this very interesting panel, in my opinion, discussing not only M&A activity, which as we all know is rampant in the gaming industry, but also to see how M&A activity, specifically in Asia, is being also impacted by COVID. And with us today, we have a great lineup. We have Susan Bream, one of the most respected lawyers in this space, also for gaming. We have Robin Reed, who's had a very successful exit himself, Float himself, and now is launching his new startup facing Asia. And we also have with us today Rob Dowling, who has a portfolio of companies under the Connexus Group, and Party Solutions, who's also focusing on the space of M&A. And I'd like to start with you, Susan. There's so much activity happening across Europe, which is a regulated market. So I'm assuming regulation fuels also this space of M&A. Maybe not so much in Asia, but what's your experience?
Well, regulation has been one of the biggest drivers for M&A over the last 5 or 6 years. It's not the only driver, but when you're looking at a UK European marketplace that's so highly regulated, so expensive, we have seen a number of operators and affiliates and some cross B2B, B2C deals, which are inevitable in a sector that's getting more mature, more expensive to operate in. So I think the trend is towards bigger and more financially heavyweight in terms of where the industry is going. I think the States is, as you say, quite a different characteristic completely. And I don't see the M&A letting up. And I think it will be accelerated because of COVID, but they may be slightly different deals. And they may be hybrid transactions, whether they're straight M&A, restructuring, because I think of the distressed structural state of some of the businesses, retail in particular, but also online. And there'll also be financial plays. So that will either be, a bond converting to equity, or the financial players traditionally who look at distressed situations such as venture capitalists, private equities, will be looking very closely at the sector now.
Robin?
Hi, Tommy.
Yeah, and well, we know you've recently launched your new startup facing specifically Asia. Particularly struck by your mission statement for the company. It seems like it's geared with M&A in mind. Could you tell us a bit more about where you're heading?
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation to the panel, Eman. I agree, it's a very interesting topic to discuss. So yes, you're right. We're in the process of launching a company called Ichiban. It means number one in Japanese, and the vision statement, as you're referring it to, is to generate shareholder value through efficiently delivering the world's premier iGaming service. Now, sort of the background for the or the strategic rationale for launching a new iGaming operator in 2020 was that we see, with our experience from the European gaming scene, how the heavy regulation is causing a structural change. The companies are in need of new business, low threshold business, where the regulatory thresholds are not as extreme as they have been in certain European markets as of late, and they're trying to hit the next growth opportunities and branch out. What we've seen is that the especially Southeastern Asian marketplace is becoming much more mature, and players are getting more educated. They're getting more ready for the type of gaming experience in which we are used to over the last years in Europe, which is more developed, I think, than what we've seen traditionally in Asia. So what we believe is that we can take the best practice and best product experiences and bring them to Asia and deliver a value proposition not only to sort of the industry and the shareholders, but also to the users. And that in turn, that would lead to the company being interesting from a sort of strategic perspective for many of the larger operators and suppliers to collaborate with in Asia.
Yeah, certainly a lot of lessons that has been learned across Europe for the past couple of decades. I'm sure they can be useful moving forward in Asia, but I think one must also acknowledge that there are intrinsic differences, and it's not simply a matter of copy and paste. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I completely agree with you, and I think you need to be very mindful and respectful for the marketplace. You need to understand ground up the infrastructural challenges there is. You need to understand the difference in content and user behavior and habits. And then, of course, one needs to understand the regulatory landscape well, which is somewhat underdeveloped compared to the European and, seen in the United States and so forth. So there's a number of challenges to address. But as we all know, it is useful to be in early. When these changes are happening, it is good to have some practice, some experience from the field. And that's why we have chosen to enter at this stage. It is, of course, not a new market. Many operators have been there, but I'm seeing now that we're reaching the inflection point where I think things are moving. And it is a very good time, I think, to enter the marketplace at the moment.
Yeah, and an open question. In the past, it was the impression, at least of mine, that operators build, they milk it for as much as they can, for as fast as they can, until they're shut down. That seemed to be quite a normal business plan across many operators across Asia, because probably they were facing the big elephant in the room, which is China. However, there seems to be a trend now also between operators to diversify their portfolio and face markets that potentially might become regulated in the future. So how is this changing the scenario, the M&A scenario? Not necessarily due to COVID, but are we facing a scenario where more traditional investors might come into the play across Asia? Rob and Susan, perhaps this one is for you.
No.
I think basically, yes, I'd agree with you, Eamon. I think there's an increasing number of investors of all types becoming more interested and comfortable with gaming. Looking at Asian specific investors, I think traditionally there hasn't been a huge amount of interest in online, so to speak. That doesn't mean things aren't going to change, but I think absolutely the interest has been there in investing in land-based opportunities. That certainly has been prevalent. And we're actually starting to see, I guess, from Asian operators are starting to look west and I guess assess opportunities in new markets that could be regulating. I think markets like India, Africa, and also various markets across Europe have been piquing the interest of Asian operators.
Susan?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that there's a couple of interesting points. Robin made a very interesting point a couple of minutes ago about culture and relationship. And I think we're seeing the trajectory in Europe. It started in the States way back with online, and then it moved through Europe. But the trajectory from product marketing to relationship marketing. Now, this is something the operators and the affiliates have begun to understand better, and they've understood it better for two reasons. One, it's good for business, but also because the heavy regulatory oversight and intervention has actually forced the operators and the affiliates to look at how they interact with customers. So in Europe, we have a situation where data analytics, the way in which that information is used, is changing the behavior of the operators. I think the point you made, which Robin hit on and Rob's touched about, is that will develop it probably needs to develop throughout Asia. It needs to develop around Africa and India. That's more costly to do because there's a regulatory side to it. And I think there is more space in the timetable for that to be developed at that point in the curve, as Robin's been saying, in Asia, Africa, and India.
Okay.
Look, Emma, I also want to add to a point to the question you asked Robin Susan about, which is sort of where the M&A appetite is heading, and which is we were a startup and we raised money on plan, so on a PDF essentially, and you can sort of gauge the interest by seeing which type of investors that was interested to come in at this stage, because it is the same type of investors that are expecting to cash out 3, 4, 5 years from now, right? And what we saw was that there was interest from private equity, there was interest from investment funds in which you wouldn't typically associate with a startup. And so I think they're believing that the market is heading somewhere, and we got a pretty decent valuation on the business. So there is definitely an appetite to invest at this stage in that marketplace.
Okay,
and we're seeing that as well. There's a slew of funds out there, particularly aimed at fintech and gaming, who may not have looked at pre-rev businesses before. I don't know if Rob's seen that trajectory, but there's certainly more of them circling right now because they see a particular opportunity to maybe launch something different, hybrid, or launch in a new market.
Yeah, and Susan, you mentioned fintech. I would take it a step broader and loop in other emerging technology, whether it's AI, blockchain technology, quantum tech, big data, Internet of Things. And there seems to be a bit of a Cold War brewing between the US and China. Who's going to win the race, the artificial intelligence race, the emerging tech race between the two? So there's definitely a lot of investment coming from even traditional investors across the US and across China. Do we see any spillover of this race into gaming?
Yes, undoubtedly. I mean, I think if you look at the cocktail as it is now, you had B2Cs buying B2Cs, then you had B2Bs buying B2Bs, you had the affiliates aggregating. Now you're finding B2B and B2C propositions, DraftKings, SB Tech. You're finding big operators. You're finding affiliates, I think, are sitting back right now, certainly at the bigger listed level. But I think what businesses are on the lookout for now will be something that is a differentiator on top of just size, revenue synergies, regulatory heft. And that has to be around, game studios, AI, data, and new ways of innovating. And I think this is an industry that is exceptionally agile at that. I think COVID's going to force it to be even more innovative because they're going to have to look at, one, the risk profile, pure survival in some cases, but also how to actually move ahead and over the hump whenever that will be.
Yeah. Rob, more about this. There's a lot of emerging tech that has been knocking, let's say, on the iGaming door to come in. Do you think COVID-19 will speed up the cross-pollination between the two? And will that also eventually change the DNA of investors that come into the environment?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we feel that COVID-19 is acting already as a catalyst for these things. But I think from an M&A perspective, we're seeing a lot of companies thinking strategically about making use, ultimately will lead to consolidation. I guess there's two main drivers on that: operational and strategic, which is driven by the need to diversify business profiles across distribution channels, so online versus retail, also sports betting versus gaming. And obviously there's the financial drivers with larger operators with stronger balance sheets, benefit depressed valuations, and expand by through acquisition to gain market share. I think in terms of adopting new technologies and bringing that in, I think absolutely. I mean, I think companies are absolutely looking at what they're able to do in-house, they're able to improve efficiencies. In fact, interesting, on the consulting side of our business, probably the area we're biggest in is around technology audits and looking at all of the technology that they're using to maximize customer value and experience of customers. So yeah, I think there's much COVID-19 has been a terrible thing in many ways. I think it will prove to be something that's basically developed the industry at some pace.
Okay.
I think the other point, sorry, and to cut across you, but the other point would be developing that from what Rob's just said is, I mean, retail is clearly under stress. I would imagine it's going to take several months to understand what's going to happen with the big integrated resorts, the casino destinations, the fly-to destinations. Structurally, that must be under some significant pressure. Whether that will resuscitate the debate that's been happening a little bit in online over the last 18 months, particularly with the US market, about whether, you know, the marriage of online media and entertainment is one of the ways that the industry will develop at the, you know, the mega level, at the bulge bracket level.
Yeah, you mentioned integrated resorts, which a question springs to mind. M&A activity across land-based versus online amidst COVID. Who has it better?
I can tell you from the UK perspective, it's clearly under stress. So our retail clients will be just trying to survive right now and trying to work out how social distancing will factor into their revenue flow. I mean, if you look at Macau, I think it's been, you know, this is one of the biggest markets. It must be, you know, GGR's down, 80, 90%. The guys here probably know the figures better than I do. It's survival and then looking beyond, I would imagine, throughout the UK and Europe.
Yeah, just to add to what Susan said, I think clearly many land are or will be financially distressed due to catastrophic hit to revenues brought on by the closures. And this is likely to trigger a wave of M&A as assets are bought by entities, again, with stronger balance sheets. And we're already seeing that in the US. I think Twin Rivers has been on an acquisition trail in New Jersey, and we're aware of a number of other confidential M&A plays at scale that are underway. And I think the size of that M&A wave in land-based is unclear, but it will depend upon the speed of recovery post-opening and actually whether there's a second meaningful wave of the pandemic, because really these closures are having a very serious effect on a number of operators in the land-based market.
Yeah. Robin, anything to add to that?
No, I just think it is interesting from a more business philosophical level to see whether some of these online specialists and giants would seize the opportunity and move into land-based. There's obviously a huge advantage in a sort of bricks and clicks strategy, and many of the larger online operators have stayed firm in their digital focus. But now there is obvious opportunity in entering the land-based space, so that would be interesting to see.
Yeah, it would be also interesting to see if the appetite for the land-based industry has opened up to the online industry, whereas before, well, at least it's the impression you get in Macau and across several integrated resorts across Southeast Asia. This is our cake, and we do not want it to be eaten by the online community. So there seems to be a distinction between what's land-based and what's online. And I wonder whether COVID-19 will help bring the two together, because I believe there are solutions that the land-based community could use because of all these restrictions being imposed by COVID-19 in terms of distancing, in terms of literally reducing the number of slots available on the floor space because of COVID-19. So yeah, I was wondering what's your take on the fact that COVID-19 could help the online community come closer to the land-based community? And if so, how?
Well, interestingly, you're asking the reverse of a question that we've been asking ourselves about the US for probably about 2 years, which is, will any of the big US retail operations try and make a play for an online operator? Because they have the local, the cultural, the financial heft, but they don't have necessarily the skills and the track record and the legacy in online and the technology that underpins that. You're asking the opposite, which is whether COVID would actually force some sort of collaboration, or whether online would make a play for retail. My own personal view is that it's too soon to judge, because the fallout from retail is unclear, both in terms of the quantum of financial pain, but also in terms of the timeline. And it very much depends, I think, on whether COVID, I mean, it just shows you how big industries like this are affected not just by the financial metrics, but also by politics and the environment, and in addition to regulation. But I would imagine that it's too soon to tell whether the outcome and the fix is a medical one or a social one. And if it's a social one, then you're going to have the restrictions on distancing that's going to impact casinos. So, I mean, it will be interesting to see on the ground whether Rob and Robin are seeing that, or actually seeing something much more challenging, as you suggest.
I agree with you, Susan. I think that, I mean, looking at the US, where we're probably slightly busier as a business, the general theme that the US online market is accelerating COVID-19, and it was accelerating anyway, and obviously COVID-19 is only serving to push it faster. And what we're finding is that the major players there within that market are becoming a lot more strategic in their outlook. The general marketplace is becoming more volatile, and I think that combination creates a more positive environment for M&A activity. And I think whilst originally they were very happy to do partnership deals with European operators, and we've obviously brokered many of those aren't going to last forever. And I think they're already starting to think about M&A around online operating technology, etc., bringing it in-house. And I guess, you know, that it isn't beyond the realms of possibility eventually that bigger online operators might have to consider buying a land-based player in the US. So it's early days, so that space.
Yeah. Robin, anything to add to that?
I think this was a dialogue that or a conversation I was having frequently in my previous company, Gaming Innovation Group, and we were speaking with the CEOs of big land-based groups and partnering with some of them, and they were all having a focus on their land-based business for obvious reasons. It was the larger amount of the lion's share of the revenue, but they were all agreeing that they needed to start focusing on online, and maybe they had a 5 or a 10-year perspective. If you looked at the growth patterns in gambling, then I guess online is something like 15-16%, and it's growing compound at 6.5% pre-corona, and land-based was growing at 2.5%. So some simple math there, and you can start to understand at which point you need to be fairly serious about your online play. Now, what's happened recently is, of course, that the land-based has declined significantly, at least short and mid-term, and online has accelerated significantly. So in those boardrooms, in those conversations, you have actualized the topic greatly. And one might actually ask whether this might come too fast for some of the land-based operators, and whether a sort of the tectonic shift in power has started moving towards some of the larger online operators, whom are now in a much stronger position from a conversation perspective. So I think this is highly interesting. Still, you have all the regulatory issues that is sort of forcing the land-based industry to stand back. But ultimately, the commercial and technological play would drive the agenda, right? So yeah, we will see development here for sure.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, as Susan has said correctly before as well, probably it's still a bit early to see what's what the end result is going to be. Will there be a V-shaped rebound and people start flocking casinos once again in no time? Will there be restrictions for a long time, which will require maybe new technology, including artificial intelligence, to come in and assist land-based casinos in maintaining social distancing and technology of the such. So I think it's probably anyone's guess where all this is heading. However, I'm sure, or at least I would hope to see more activity happening in the boardrooms across land-based operators and suppliers, and increased appetite to get involved more with the online space.
Undoubtedly, Eman.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly.
Last question. More traditional investors. Do you think we're going to see an increased appetite from the traditional investors who until today have shied away from online gaming? Do you think COVID might play a role in softening their stance towards diversifying their portfolio and rope in gambling?
Yes. A variety of different plays for different reasons. I think the M&A will be generated across the bigger businesses, but it'll also happen, or some form of M&A, at the smaller to medium size. Now, it may actually be activity that closes some operations because they simply cannot survive through the crisis. And it's COVID on top of regulatory, on top of tax, on top of competition, and it's too much and they're out. I think the financial players are now much more familiar with and understand the risks around gambling and gaming. And they will be, the online proposition, it will be much more easily digested and understood and valued by them. The retail one, I think, will still be difficult for the reasons we've just discussed. So Q3, Q4 will be very telling in terms of the financial outlook and what happens. But you're going to see, I think, activity happening at every level through both channels and really across many products. And collaboration will be an easy way in, but I think there are certain checks that are ready to be written. They're just watching and waiting, whether it's a take private or some form of restructuring or a merger. There's plenty of interest and action around from what we can see.
Yeah, yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, from our perspective, we're seeing an increasing number of investors of all types becoming more comfortable with gaming, and that was happening pre-COVID. Don't think COVID is going to change that. As we touched at the top of the conversation, I think the wave of current and improving regulation across multiple material markets is driving this. So Germany, Brazil, Sweden, for example, are all been, I guess, piquing interest of investors. But really, the US, from our perspective, has been a major factor in this change. And there's been a huge shift of traditional investors, from our experience, to gaming in generally. And I think that undoubtedly boosts the image of the whole sector as it's now moving more mainstream over time. And I guess reflective of the type of investors who are willing to gain exposure.
Yeah, I guess, Eman, that every major fund manager now in the new world post-COVID-19 needs to add a parameter when they're defining sort of an investment opportunity, which is how pandemic resilient a business will be. And if you're going to sit there 3 to 5 years from now, you never know what the next pandemic is going to be. Is it going to be larger or smaller than COVID-19 and so forth? And you don't want to be there and getting your stock chopped in 50, 70, 80% overnight. And what we have proven with online gambling is that it is very pandemic resilient. And in fact, it might even have benefited short term, at least in some aspects from it. And therefore, you're forced to consider allocating your funds towards online gambling.
Yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that last contribution. I think in summary, COVID-19 has put some pressure on certain aspects of this industry, whether it's the sports betting industry or the land-based industry. But I think we all agree that in the long run. I think gaming is resilient, and it's making more traditional investors aware that it is a worthy vertical to include in their portfolio. So,
Sure.
so with that, we run out of time. Susan, Robin, Rob, thank you so much for being with us. Back to you, Jessica.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Well, another great panel. We did have some slight technical difficulties with Rob there, so apologies if you did struggle to hear anything, but I hope you learned a lot from that 30-minute segment. It was great to understand some of the M&A appetite in Asia. I think what's particularly interesting as well, and make sure to touch base for our September Sigma LATAM on the 22nd and 23rd of September. There's also a huge appetite in Latin America, and Sigma Group are really excited to bring you and bridge together the two gaps between the American continent and also focus in Europe and in Asia. Now, we did have a poll in our last section of the conference, and the questions was, are more traditional investors waking up to iGaming in focus investments? And the results are in. 40% of you said yes, but there is still a long way to go. 20% said that yes, and COVID-19 actually really heightened the investment opportunities in the iGaming space, and 20 said yes as well. So thank you all so much for sharing your insights there. Now, our next discussion will be having Eman Police, CEO, founder, and Sigma Group. He'll be talking with the Philippines Regional Director and the Taiwan Regional Director of BetConstruct and taking a look at the industry. So I'm really excited to bring you our next panel. And just to remind you that if you do want to reach out, please hashtag on social media and in particular Twitter, hashtag Sigma Asia, and we'll reach out and respond to any comments and engagements that you have. Over to Eman once again for our next section.
Okay, welcome to another fireside chat, and this time with us we have David and Lucy. They are both based in Asia, servicing clients of BetConstruct down there in Asia. COVID has created havoc among the land-based community. How can new technology help these folks of land-based to cope with this pandemic?
We have been discussing this topic even before the COVID situation, because even before COVID, this has been a hot topic to how to convert the land-based into online to target more players. And we have come up with different solutions for that. For example, one of the solutions is actually replicating the same land-based environment into the online, which means BetConstruct will be supporting based on the software and also on the hardware side. So we will be designing the same land-based environment in the online studio. We will be helping with the installation of it. We will be helping with the dealers' training of it. So that's only one of the solutions which we have made up. And the second solution would be the branded tables. So basically, for the land-based operators, we can make a branded tables in our studio, live casino studio, with their own design, so that the players have a smooth and they don't feel the difference between the land-based or the online, and they can attract new players, which is the young generation who like to play on the tablets or on the mobile phones, right?
Yeah. Is there a facility such as wallets? If you open an account in a land-based casino, can you use that same wallet to play on your online casino with the same brand?
Yes, basically you can synchronize those. So basically the players who have been already playing on the land-based casino, the same players can be converted to the online. So basically the land-based casino, especially during these times when they had to shut down, now they have the opportunity to somehow continue their business, and it doesn't have to stop. So that's where the digitalization comes in.
Understood.
Right?
And Asia obviously is a huge market, but if we had to zoom in on Southeast Asia, how are you guys, for instance, as a platform provider, as a software provider, navigating through the system to make sure that you offer a stable business model?
Well, obviously, I think the basic functions that everybody needs is to have the multi-language, multi-currency functions available for their platform. And an international software provider, we work with partners throughout Asia to help them develop what is the most relevant games according to their preference. So we try to help our partners to localize their services, to make it easier, to make it simpler for their player to register and play.
Sure, and this is where the diversification also comes in, because, for example, looking at Southeast Asia, let's say India, right? This is one of the hugely growing markets in the Southeast Asia. And we have also, as a software provider, been preparing to enter the Indian market as well and developing some new games, which is like Under Bahar or Teen Party, because we see the great potential in Southeast Asia, and India is one of the biggest to target at the moment in Southeast Asia, I would say.
Yeah.
Understood.
So we must customize our game. For example, what Lucy had just shared, having live casino games, you must also have like the local games, the Teen Party, the Under Bahar. Like for the Chinese players, you need to have like Dragon and Tigers, the popular local game style for the local players.
Okay. We have the last question for you before we wrap this up. Obviously, the pandemic has, hit us all.
Yeah.
We're all in this together. And how has the company adapted to the situation, also to prompt with new solutions amidst this pandemic to support their clients?
So the biggest challenges which we face, so biggest factors which were affected were the land-based casinos and definitely sports content providers. Because with the start of the pandemic, all these sports competitions were canceled or postponed, and there was a need for an alternative solution. And this is where our in-house esports basically came in. And by saying in-house esports, I mean the e-football, e-tennis, e-basketball, which is broadcasted from our own studio and which provides the players basically 24/7 content to bet on. So that the sports players who are used to the traditional sport types, they have the same kind of content, but this is now cyber sports and esports. And I think even after the pandemic, these esports will continue to grow because players really love it, especially in Asia. They're crazy about it. Yeah.
Okay, so you see this fast trend of esports adaptation?
Yes.
Probably from sports betting moving into esports betting.
That's right.
You see this trend as sticking post-COVID?
Yes.
Or will everyone resume back to sports betting?
Definitely.
And forget about esports?
No, definitely. I see it resuming because it has been, the esports has been a big thing even before the COVID. So a lot of players have been interested in that. So I think, let's say, if we're talking numbers, I see at least 50% growth in the esports as compared to before. Well, definitely the players will switch back to traditional sports as well because they love it. But esports, especially with these innovative new esports competitions, this is still going to continue to grow, I think. This is the future. Right.
Indeed, exciting times for sure lie ahead of the industry. I think it's safe to conclude by saying that the online gaming scene has proven to be quite resilient to such a pandemic. Maybe not so much the land-based industry. And this only helps to highlight the need for the two, the land-based and the online, to see each other as partners rather than conflicting verticals. Yeah. So I think there's a bright future for the industry. And thank you so much for being with us, David, Lucy.
Thank you
from the BetConstruct offices in Asia. And I look forward to see you in person in Asia. Thank you once again.
Looking forward to that. Thank you, Emlyn.
Take care.
Some really interesting points there from the Bet Construct team. So thank you so much for sharing your insights with our Sigma founder, Eman Police. Nadine also made some really interesting points regarding sports betting and esports as well. So if you are a fan of the esports space or it's an industry sector that you're following really closely, be sure to check back in on Sigma Digital Conference at the same time tomorrow from 10 a.m. CET all the way through to 2 p.m. CET. We'll be touching on esports as well as some other key iGaming trends in the industry sphere. Now we're going to have some more discussions later on. Our next topic of focus will be looking at payments and the innovative methods in the gaming industry, in focus in particular with cryptocurrencies. Now this has been particularly interesting across Europe and also in Asia, especially in the debate between online and live-based. So it's a really interesting discussion. We'd love to see some questions that we're going to have pulled out from the Swapcard platform as well. Our content team are busy selecting some questions that you've all been asking throughout the day, and I'll be answering those in just 10 minutes. So be sure to drop some questions in if you still have time. Now take a look at our next panel.
Payment and Gaming, Crypto Youth with Max Krupichev, CEO at CryptoProcessing.com, and Tony Tong, co-chairman and co-founder at Hong Kong Blockchain Association.
Well, we're taking a look at crypto payments in the gaming space. So Max and Tony, jumping straight in, I want to start with you, Max. Can you just give us an overview of how things look for online but also land-based gaming operators when it comes to crypto payments?
Hi, Jess. Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly specializing on all the services are based around online gaming. Cryptocurrencies are booming in online. According to our calculations, approximately a quarter of all transactions in cryptocurrencies are going to iGaming operators or around iGaming industry, like affiliates and so on. So it's doing extremely great, especially with the pandemic of the COVID. Online business is booming and online entertainment as well.
Fantastic. So it definitely seems like things are moving there. Now, Tony, I want to turn to you because Max has given us the online perspective. How are things looking on the land-based?
Well, we are seeing with the pandemic, many of the land-based casinos are moving to online. So I lived in Macau for many years. I'm the vice chairman of Macau Gaming Information Association. So I deal with a lot of the casino operators and VIP junket operators in Macau, as well as in the Philippines, Southeast Asia, Cambodia, like Myanmar, Laos, and Vietnam, for example. So I work with them very closely. Macau, over the first quarter, had a drop of over 90% year to year revenue compared to last year, the gaming revenue, GGR. So as we can imagine, that's because of the isolation and the quarantine that's required. Anyone who comes to Hong Kong or Macau will be required to stay in a hotel for 2 weeks under isolation quarantine. So the casinos are taking big hits, and the Chinese, more than 90% of Macau's visitors, casino players are from China, and they're restricted from coming to Macau. So many of them are moving to online. Macau itself doesn't allow online gaming, so many of the gaming operators have expanded their operations to the Philippines and other Southeast Asia jurisdictions that allows online gaming.
And Tony, if you can just give us a little bit of an outlook here, because the focus for this discussion is Asia. So how are different regulations across different areas? Like you've mentioned the Philippines, you've mentioned Macau and Hong Kong. How do they vary there when it comes to crypto payments?
Okay, great. I'm the co-chairman, co-founder of Hong Kong Blockchain Association. I'm also the president of Global STOX Limited. And we are one of the earliest companies, crypto exchanges that are applying for the Hong Kong Regulated Exchange License, which is under the SFC, Securities Futures Commission of Hong Kong. In November of last year, 2019, the Hong Kong SFC has issued a new set of regulations on VATP, the Virtual Asset Trading Platform license. And the entry barrier is quite high. We have to have a big compliance department. We have to hire a number of responsible officers. These are licensed personnel, very expensive. We also have to buy crypto insurance. It's required that we provide insurance for our client assets. We also required to have custody accounts. So the funds of the client are separated from the company's money. So Hong Kong is rolling out its regulations on blockchain and virtual asset trading. In other parts of Asia, as I mentioned, the Philippines also came out with the first CACAYAN, the CESA, CACAYAN Special Economic Zone, has issued a number of crypto exchange licenses, virtual asset licenses, and many of the Chinese companies have gone into the Philippines and have applied for the license.
So it sounds like, of course, there is a lot of steps there before we get to the final product, which is that it's being implemented. Max, I want to ask you now, how does the future of crypto processing payments actually being implemented on online gaming operators, how does that look like?
So from what we see really in the industry right now, that the more and more operators and their shareholders are telling the CEO that please explore this new concept, because still a lot of misunderstanding in the industry, right? So I see a big gap in education, right? So more classical gaming operators, let's say those who are in the industry for 10 years, so like forever in the gaming industry, right? They are still experimenting, right? Trying to understand what is cryptocurrency and how to use it. Still, like all my calls with potential clients mostly start with explaining why is it not scary, because they see their competitors are doing this, they see that younger operators are doing this, and they see that they are winning them in the regions where there are some challenges with the payments. Of course, cryptocurrency solves a lot of issues. I mean, I think we will speak later why operators need cryptocurrency, but for now I see that the industry is growing. The industry, I mean cryptocurrency industry, is growing in iGaming. So I see more and more transactions are happening in cryptocurrencies, basically in the activities of online gaming and different and other online entertainment industry.
And Tony, would you agree that actually we are seeing interest, and from Max it sounds like actually we are seeing interest at quite a consistent level over the past few years from gaming operators looking to explore this new vertical?
I think the payment with cryptocurrencies for gaming will be rising very soon, just like nowadays in China, WeChat, Alipay have taken over. Nobody is using cash notes to pay for anything. More than 90%, even the beggars are scanning QR code. So as you probably know, the Chinese government is also getting ready to roll out its centralized central bank-backed cryptocurrency called DCEP. And so I think that the era of cryptocurrency payment for a variety of purposes, for gaming, for entertainment, for remittance, wire transfer. I know Jack Ma, Alibaba, they roll out a cross-border payment based on blockchain and cryptocurrencies from Hong Kong to the Philippines. And they're hoping to disrupt the entrenched leader, which is like Western Union. And they're charging, there's a huge population of domestic workers in Hong Kong that every month they need to wire money back to the Philippines, and the existing money remittance companies are charging something like 10-20% fees. So I know Alibaba and many other companies have come up with a cryptocurrency version of this, which is taking less than 1% of the fees, and they can also reach the destination within seconds rather than hours or days.
And if we look at, as you mentioned there, China's looking into a government-backed cryptocurrency and a central bank coin, would that be the only thing that would really ramp up this speed of online and land-based gaming operators really looking to adopt crypto payments as a method of payment?
Well, I haven't seen the details of the Chinese government, the DCEP, the digital currency electronic payment, but I know that it's already in trial pilot in 4 cities. And many of the civil servants, the government workers, are receiving their salaries and reimbursements, not from bank, not from cash notes, but from the digital currency, the digital payment. So I think that just like the Chinese UnionPay card, which has started in China but expanded all over the world, I think the digital currency, once it's released, it should reach a big popularity, especially in Southeast Asia, where most of the people are already taking payments in the Chinese currency renminbi. So they will be more familiar with the digital version of the renminbi.
Thank you. And now, Max, I want to turn to you and just ask you, so how would you like to tackle cryptocurrencies as an actual, providing a new payment channel for online and land-based? How would you go ahead?
Yeah, just if you allow, I would like to comment a bit on the digital yuan.
Sure.
So I've been thinking about the governmental-based cryptocurrencies already a few years ago, and ideally, so it is a great experiment, right? And it is a great idea to take the advantages of cryptocurrency, right? To remove a bit of disadvantages of cryptocurrency, like fluctuation in the price and so on, and especially if the giant, as China, will start this project, this will be a great example for the whole world that when the government is basically embracing the new technology, making the payments easier and quicker, but still being very controlled and regulated. So this will really be a great example. And going back to your question, so from where we see it is happening and how it is happening, so operators really love the idea of cryptocurrency because of few obvious things, right? As we know, in iGaming, historically, and in some regions better, some regions worse, they have challenges with payments, right? They have certain limitations with acquirers, like we see in UK, right, where all the credit cards are blocked for gaming and casinos, and for betting. So what I see, I have some notes. So what operators really love is basically the speed of the transactions, right? This is the global reach, so they don't really have to integrate a lot of the payment methods for different markets. And we know that iGaming operators usually don't work only in one country, but more like for the whole world. In UK is different, right? But UK is more like an exception in this sense. This is usually much cheaper than different e-wallets or cards. It is reversible, so we know that many of them basically always have some percentage of the fraud and chargebacks, and also they suffer from rolling reserve on the providers, especially smaller operators, right? They not always can afford to store some amount of funds on the acquirer. It helps to enter new markets and also to build new affiliation systems, right, where they can integrating cryptocurrency, then the affiliates of the merchant just can try to place their banners and to build all their affiliation to the special cryptocurrency groups, forums, websites with analytics and so on. So this opens also new ways of promotion the business, and also less middlemen, right? So you usually have less dependencies. You know, right, that the acquirer would need to be authorized by Visa Master, then the Visa Master is authorized by, like, this is the bank which does all the settlements. So it also adds a bit of the risks that the account might be closed or I mean, it creates some dependencies, when with cryptocurrencies you usually have only one.
And Tony, is there anything that you'd like to add to that? Because Max has highlighted that speed is a huge benefit for operators, also the fact that there's opportunities to get into new markets, and then also cutting out the middlemen. Is there any other aspects that are of immediate benefits to an operator?
I think in the traditional casino sense, the movement of money is always a big issue because, as everyone knows, there's a big border restriction on how much cash you can carry across the border among various countries in Asia. But I think that the Chinese government wants to promote the yuan, the Chinese renminbi, as a more acceptable way for international trade and foreign exchange. So I think that with the release of the Chinese central bank-backed digital currency, DCEP, I think we're going to see the yuan, the Chinese yuan, used more and more outside of China, especially in Southeast Asia. And I think that's also within the goal. One of the goals of the DCEP is to promote the acceptance of Chinese yuan, while allowing the government to keep track of how the money is spent with the AML and counterterrorism and stuff like that. So.
And you mentioned AML there, Tony, and I want to bounce back to Max and just ask, when it comes to the challenges that come with onboarding crypto payments as an operator, AML, is there any challenges that you can think of that maybe might put an operator off looking into crypto payments as an option?
There are definitely some challenges in this sense. So because cryptocurrency is so different from the usual payment methods, right, where you usually when the people are sending money from the bank, right, you can verify that the account holder name is the same as the client that you're dealing with, right? With Visa, Master, okay, it's also not so really easy, right, because the technology doesn't support the name check. With the e-wallets, it's easier. And with cryptocurrency, there is no such real definition as the account holder, right, because of the nature of cryptocurrencies, which is ownership by information, right? And the owner of cryptocurrency is not the owner of the passport, it's the owner of the key. So here, verifying that the sender and the user is the same is relatively tough, right? So right now, especially with new AML regulations, they are embracing that you have to check who is sending you money, but unfortunately, technology doesn't really support this. And that is where digital yuan and digital governmental cryptocurrencies can really help. Kind of because there always will be the information about the sender and the holder of the wallet. What we do right now, we launch the wallet with the KYC. So in this sense, when customers are paying our merchants from our wallet, of course, we know who is the sender. And in the end, a lot of the license issuers, they kind of don't regulate how to work with cryptocurrencies. That is what we see happening with MGA, right, with Maltese Gaming Authority. We see a great demand from MGA casinos to accept cryptocurrencies, but they are just trapped, right, by the situation that they just have no way, completely no licenses issued for VFA agents. So this is like, there is no way. And one of the reasons why it is no way, because they probably cannot figure out how to make it happen. The Cagayan, the Kanawaki, right, from the Canada and the Curacao are regulating how to work with cryptocurrency, so all good there. And also the last and very important thing is the source of funds, right? So most of the cryptocurrency providers, like we check the source of cryptocurrency, right? So we know when crypto is coming from the dark net, from bad actors, right? From some illegal businesses and so on. So we can always provide to the operator or to our merchants the information about the source of cryptocurrency, so they can check additional source of funds from the customer and so on if they see that something dodgy is happening. So we do all we can from the technical side, and of course we are waiting for some movements in the regulation, also consulting the regulator how to make these laws and regulations more implementable.
And that's a good point, actually working with a regulator then to try and almost speed up a process that might be a little bit clouded for operators and for crypto processing companies alike. Tony, is there anything that you'd like to add there?
Yeah, as a regulated exchange in Hong Kong, under application of the SFC's license, we are required to check the source of the crypto, and we also have to abide by the various actions and regulations released by like FATF, the Financial Action Task Force. They have released a number of guidelines. Also check the blacklist and see if these the source of the wallet are blacklisted. And also for us, we have to get all the clients' information. We have to track everything as a regulated exchange. And we also, actually our requirements are much higher because we are targeting the professional investors. In Hong Kong, the definition of professional investors is anyone who's got asset over 8 million Hong Kong liquid asset. that is over $1 million worth of cash. So for us, under the SFC's regulation, we are required to get all the information, their risk portfolio, and to assess if they qualify to become a professional investor as defined by the Hong Kong government SFC. So we have to do a lot of paperwork, tracking AML, KYC documents, and also, as I mentioned, client protection, custody account, and insurance on the crypto assets. So there's a lot of things we have to do.
And it certainly sounds like since 2017 and 18, we are seeing more processes that are in place now from crypto processing firms and also operators when it comes to making sure that everything is with due diligence and also correct. So it sounds like you've provided some fantastic context. You've definitely given our viewers a lot of information. So Max, Tony, thank you so much for your time today. Great discussion there, and I hope you guys enjoyed it just as much as I did. Now, we did have some comments that have come throughout the last discussion. One of the comments in particular was focused and directed to the last panel that we had, and this was from a gentleman asking what platforms are available for educational use when it comes to gaming in cryptocurrency. So I'll answer that one for you, that actually there are platforms like Medium, where a lot of cryptocurrency gaming sites and platform providers will actually weekly blog and give updates of their roadmaps and also what softwares are available. So that's a really good resource pool when it comes to articles and content that is available. YouTube is also a great platform for educational videos and content that is aware. And there's also YouTubers that will provide online academies as well. So if you are looking to undertake a course to understand from the development side of things, understanding as a developer how the structures of a cryptocurrency payment company can go, also as someone that is maybe looking to insert the information as onboarding with merchants or just discussing from getting a little bit more knowledge and awareness of the space, I would direct to YouTube and Medium just to be a little bit more aware. Also on Wednesday at 10 a.m. CET all the way through to 2 p.m. CET, we do have our AIBC Summit. So we'll have influencers and leaders in the tech, cryptocurrency and blockchain space that will be joining us for some panel discussions and sharing their insights as well. So if you are looking to learn a little bit more about the blockchain and crypto space, I would definitely recommend you head over to our conference on Wednesday morning. There's a lot to learn and some fantastic discussions to be had. Now, going over some more of the questions that we have on the Swapcard platform that we had today. One of the questions was, should we worry about destructive gambling behaviors brought on by global quarantines? And the answers that we have come through from our content team, a number of authorities have actually tackled these issues by limiting weekly deposits amounts, and companies are responding by developing their responsible gaming departments. Well, this is something that we especially saw during COVID-19. We saw some regulators move very quickly to actually protect and make sure that the players that are in that respective country are really making some positive actions when it comes to the COVID-19 pandemic. People maybe not working day to day or people working from home. And we do have a discussion on Sigma Day 2 tomorrow, which is coping with COVID. The race is on, how fast is too fast? And we'll be looking at countries like the UK, Latvia, Sweden and Denmark that all moved in different ways during the discussion. Now, one of the questions that we had through is focusing on the esports industry, and it seems to have taken a leaf out of traditional sportsbooks after going on sponsorships and lucrative deals. And esports is a huge topic of focus that will be discussed tomorrow. So if you are looking to learn more about the esports space, I would definitely advise you to come back tomorrow to tune in. And actually, some of the figures that we have here are really impressive. So the global esports audience is expected to surpass 450 million users by the year 2020, also seeing sponsorships with the likes of BMW, T-Mobile, Nike and Coca-Cola. So it just shows the sheer magnitude of the esports industry, and it seems like it's a steam train that's just going to keep going post-COVID and into the future as well. Now, we also have one question on emerging markets, focusing on LATAM and Asia. Have they also jumped onto the esports bandwagon? And the answer there is that Brazil actually has 20 million esports fans, of which 12 million are casual, while 9.2 million are enthusiastic. And we also have the esports revenue in Mexico is expected to reach $22 million by the end of this year. So it seems there's huge potential in Latin America as well, which is why we're really excited excited that Sigma will be having a digital presence for our LATAM conference on the 22nd and 23rd of September this year. So if you are looking to learn more about the LATAM region or share some of your experiences, reach out to us. We are looking for speakers and we're formulating an amazing agenda that we're really excited to share with you all. Now, I would like to thank Beck Construct as our sponsors for today. We've had a fantastic first day of content. At 2:30 CET, we will be coming back for our Sigma Deep Tech Conference. For 2 hours, we'll be focusing on the tech drives of the industry of gaming, and we're really excited to bring you our first day. In the meantime, we'll also be back again tomorrow at 10 a.m. CET, and tomorrow is going to be a little bit of a longer day. We'll start at 10 a.m. CET and have 4 hours of iGaming content, then we'll go to Deep Tech, and then we finish up with Sigma Poker Tournament. You are still able to register. It's a €50 sign-up fee with fantastic prizes throughout the day, and also a great chance to network and engage with some of the players as well. So thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you again in just a few moments for our Sigma Deep Tech Conference.
iGaming is truly becoming a global business. Europe, for instance, has become saturated, and gaming companies are starting to look at other continents, particularly Asia, with a market of over 4 billion potential players. That means you, as an iGaming professional, have to attend shows across the globe, and not just in one continent. Old shows must make room for new shows in emerging markets. In this short video, we will outline why Sigma Malta, Sigma LATAM, and Sigma Manila are worth investing in. Here's 3 main reasons. Reason 1, emerging trends. When we started Sigma back in 2014, we strongly believed that Sigma must embrace all 3 verticals. Today's super affiliate, for instance, is fast becoming an operator, thanks to lower barriers to entry. Sigma is and will remain the only 360-degree show that brings the entire industry, from C-level executive to super affiliates, under one roof. Given also the significant presence of integrated resorts in Asia and LATAM, moving forward, we've decided to include land-based gaming. Reason 2. Emerging hubs. Sigma is held in 3 iGaming hubs. Malta, the gaming hub in Europe. Manila, the undisputed hub in Asia. And Sao Paulo, a region with vast potential. Reason 3, emerging tech. Moving forward, we're merging 2 large expos under one roof. Our iGaming show Sigma, as well as our Emerging Tech Summit AIBC, will take place at the same venue and on the same dates, breaking boundaries for the 2 verticals to learn and feed off each other. So what are you waiting for? Get in touch with us today and let's work together. Our 3 summits will open new doors for you. Welcome to Sigma. Welcome to the world's iGaming festival. Shows must make room for new shows in emerging markets. In this short video, we will outline why Sigma Malta, Sigma Latam, and Sigma Manila are worth investing in. Here's 3 main reasons. Reason 1, emerging trends. When we started Sigma back in 2014, we strongly believed that Sigma must embrace all 3 verticals. Today's super affiliate, for instance, is fast becoming an operator thanks to lower barriers to entry. Sigma is and will remain the only 360-degree show that brings the entire industry from C-level executive to super affiliates under one roof. Given also the significant presence of integrated resorts in Asia and Latam, moving forward, we've decided to include land-based gaming. Reason 2. Emerging hubs. Sigma is held in 3 iGaming hubs. Malta, the gaming hub in Europe. Manila, the undisputed hub in Asia. And Sao Paulo, a region with vast potential. Reason 3, emerging tech. Moving forward, we're merging 2 large expos under one roof. Our iGaming show Sigma, as well as our Emerging Tech Summit AIBC, will take place at the same venue and on the same dates, breaking boundaries for the 2 verticals to learn and feed off each other. So what are you waiting for? Get in touch with us today and let's work together. Our 3 summits will open new doors for you. Welcome to Sigma. Welcome to the world's iGaming Festival.
we have an important announcement to make. I am very excited to launch Sigma Latam. That's right, a third summit in Latin America that will complement Sigma in Europe and Sigma in Asia.
Tenemos una fuerza laboral fuerte en Malta, en Kiev y en Manila. Es hora de que Sigma aumente nuestra cartera y se expanda más allá de nuestra zona de confort, cubriendo todas las horas horarias con la
Well, it's great to be speaking to you both today. So starting off, can you talk us through this collaboration between EBO and BMIT?
BMIT Technologies and EBO have partnered on their mutual strengths to build an effective customer support tool to provide to our gaming customers anywhere in the world. EBO are an AI company who help businesses long-lasting, valuable customer
relationships. I have an important announcement to make.
Was BMIT Technologies
I am very excited to launch Sigma LATAM. That's right. A third summit in Latin America